and a team that confounded pro football observers throughout the year.
Hello, I'm Jim Simpson, and welcome back to Super Bowl Highlights. The year 1979, the Super Bowl number 13, back again at the Orange Bowl. And ladies and gentlemen, if you don't remember, this was to be a Super Bowl. The Pittsburgh Steelers tried to become the first ever to win their third Super Bowl championship, had come off a remarkable season, and the Dallas Cowboys, they had put 9 players on the All-Pro team. So this was a team of powerhouses, and Pittsburgh had the same group back, practically speaking, that won the first 2. Bradshaw at quarterback, Franco Harris, Rocky Bleier, Lynn Swann. They were all there. It was something that we all looked forward to. And on that day in 1979, in the game between Dallas and Pittsburgh, we saw one of the rarities, a Super Bowl. Dallas and Pittsburgh, watch the game, enjoy the game when we come back.
Ooh, Walter, you've got energy from 100% whole wheat. Wheaties energy.
Four tilt all out good whole wheat. Now go tell your mama what the big boys eat.
To break free. To reach new heights. To accept the challenge. To master a more demanding world. Feel the pride. Show the world your U.S. Navy. Live the adventure. Call 1-800-327-NAVY.
The upset of the week is brought to you by Pepto-Bismol. For most common stomach discomforts, the one that coats is the only one you need. Ninth-ranked Georgetown came to the Meadowlands with revenge on their minds after the Seton Hall Pirates upset them on their home court just 8 days earlier. With 6 seconds remaining, Mark Bryant hit 2 free throws to give Seton Hall a 66-65 lead. The Hoyas have one last chance, but freshman Mark Tillman's jumper is off the mark, so's the tip. P.J. Carlesimo's Seton Hall Pirates defeat Georgetown, the Pepto-Bismol upset of the week.
Tonight, this place will be filled. People will be watching movies and not watching what they're eating. Pretty soon, it'll come back to haunt them.
My tummy hurts.
Mine too. That chili dog.
Don't worry, we've got Pepto at home.
Pepto-Bismol. As it coats, it soothes heartburn and upset stomach, as well as diarrhea.
I thought we left the monster back at the movies.
It's only me.
Pepto-Bismol. The one that coats is the only one you need.
America's high school students are doing their best on ESPN Scholastic Sports America. I'm Chris Fowler. Please join me every Saturday, 6:30 Eastern on ESPN.
Early in the first quarter, the 80,000 fans at Super Bowl 13 were treated to the kind of football that has become a trademark of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Right down their throat. Come on, Terry.
Bradshaw, the quarterback for the Steelers. Bradshaw hesitates and then throws deep for Stallworth in the end zone. Touchdown, Pittsburgh! Johnny Stallworth caught it between 2 Dallas Cowboys, and the Steelers are on the board first. How about that?
Terry Bradshaw is a country boy, and perhaps his touchdown pass to John Stallworth was inspired by the country proverb, which advises, when you're invited to the biggest party of the year, you dance with who brung you. Bradshaw had gotten to the Super Bowl by passing, so it never occurred to him to play cautiously and establish his running game first. His pass caught Dallas unprepared and gave Pittsburgh a 7-0 lead. Pittsburgh's defense was just as bold as its offense. They blitzed their linebackers, often surprising Roger Staubach with a 5- or 6-man pass rush. Late in the first quarter, on a 3rd down, they moved 8 men up to the scrimmage line. With all their manpower in the pass rush, the Steelers sacrificed themselves in the secondary. And once Tony Hill gathered in Staubach's quick pass, he scored easily. The 8-man rush had forced the Steelers to cover the dangerous Dallas receivers man for man. Another look at the play reveals that Mel Blount, number 47, was so intent on guarding Drew Pearson, he never reacted to Hill's reception. But perhaps the most remarkable part of this touchdown play was Roger Staubach's quick and accurate pass under extreme pressure.
Direct snap to Staubach. He barely gets it away. It is caught at the 25. Here goes Coney Hill over the 20, the 10, the 5. Touchdown, Cowboys!
That is twice the Steelers have threatened and given the maximum blitz on 3rd down and long. And that, I think, might be the kind of a spark that will get the Cowboys going as we move toward the second quarter.
The second quarter began like the first, with Bradshaw throwing. Only now his mighty arm seemed ineffective as the Cowboy defense anticipated his every move. The Superman of the Steelers became a bumbling Clark Kent, an easy pushover for the big bullies from Dallas.
There's a delayed blitz, and Bradshaw fumbles the ball, picks it up, rolls out. Caught and dropped by Thomas Hollywood. It's picked up now by Hickman. By Hickman. He's to the 15, the 10, the 5, and in for a touchdown if it all stands. Dallas moves out to a 14-7 lead. Bradshaw has had 2 fumbles and 1 interception.
And he, at times, has not thrown the football well. He started off pretty well, directing that 56-yard touchdown drive, but he's since been ragged.
The play that gave Dallas a 14-7 lead began as a rollout pass. But when Bradshaw collided with Franco Harris, the ball popped loose. While Bradshaw retrieved his fumble, Thomas Henderson and Mike Hegman stalked him like 2 burglars. One held him, the other robbed him. Hegman's touchdown was a bitter pill for the Steelers to swallow, but it was just the tonic they needed. When they regained the ball, John Stallworth turned a routine sideline pass into a marathon 75-yard touchdown run that tied the game. Stallworth's run tied the record for the longest scoring play in Super Bowl history. Stallworth is from Alabama, and down there, the locals say that he's like a blend of sipping whiskey and white lightning. Smooth, with a good, strong finishing kick. With 5 minutes left in the first half, Super Bowl 13 had turned into a circus of big plays.
Hi, Louis the Lightning Bug here. Now, lightning bugs are experts, see, on safety and electricity. And one thing for sure, and I ought to know, you never fly your kites where power lines go.
You never fly your kites where power lines go.
Now, if you're looking for a tree to climb, you never climb trees near power lines.
Never climb trees near power lines.
Play it smart, little buddy.
For a free safety booklet, call 1-800-248-0099.
Well, that looks like everything.
Yeah, everything. But the kitchen sink.
Nothing like getting back to nature. Sleeping under the stars.
You mean sleeping with mosquitoes.
Hey, I got a feeling you're gonna like camping this year.
Oh, we got an air-conditioned tent?
Well, something like that.
You actually bought it!
We bought it.
At First Valley Corporation, we can help you do ordinary things in an extraordinary way, so more extraordinary things can happen.
It lurks in homes like this, striking fear in the hearts of millions. And this year, if you're not careful, you might come face to face with it yourself. The wrong paint. Next time, get the right paint. One that always goes on smoothly in one coat. Glidden Spread Wall. On sale now for only $5.99. Glidden. Your paint should be this good.
Monday, a big night of basketball on ESPN. Pittsburgh faces Syracuse Orange man Ronnie Cycli in one of the best inside games in the Big East. Then, Michigan State makes a run at Northwestern in the Big Ten game of the week. Big Monday starts live at 7 Eastern here on ESPN. Two heavy-hitting lightweights collide when Cubanito Perez meets Charlie Choo-Choo Brown. Friday night on ESPN's live Top Rank Boxing.
In 1978, the Pittsburgh Steelers had the best record in the NFL. They are a mature, physically powerful squad with a special confidence that allows them to reach for heroism instead of merely trying to avoid mistakes. With 2 minutes left in the half, Bradshaw boldly blended the varied talents of his teammates. Like a skilled conductor, he directed them in a classic 2-minute drill. At the Dallas 7-yard line with 33 seconds left in the half, Bradshaw called a pass-run option play. Pursued by the Cowboys and with no room to run, he finally spotted Rocky Bleier in the end zone.
What a heck of a catch that was by Rocky Bleier, huh?
Would you have expected Rocky Bleier to turn into Nijinsky?
It was Nijinsky.
Oh, then Nijinsky was a great ballet dancer.
Well, Cowboys trail by 7 again.
When the second half began, the Dallas offense struck quickly to get back what its defense had so grudgingly given away in the closing seconds of the first half. Dallas drove to the Pittsburgh 10-yard line late in the third quarter.
Come on, D, now's the time.
It seemed certain they would score the touchdown that would turn Super Bowl 13 into a tie game again.
It's 3rd down and 3, Dallas at the Pittsburgh 10. Roger back to throw, has a man open in the end zone, caught, touchdown, dropped in the end zone. Jackie Smith all by himself. Oh, bless his heart, he's got to be the sickest man in America. Oh, Jackie was so wide open in the end zone, it was incredible. And he could not hang on to the ball.
A catch by Smith would have tied the score. Instead, Dallas had to settle for a field goal and trailed Pittsburgh by 4 points at the end of the third quarter. In the fourth quarter, another pass that wasn't caught did even more damage to the Cowboys. This one was intended for Lynn Swann of the Steelers. An interference penalty against number 31, Benny Barnes, turned this incomplete pass into a 33-yard gain for Pittsburgh. Bradshaw's pass to Swann was a reckless throw that was up for grabs the moment it floated into the secondary. When Barnes tripped, Swann stumbled over it. What hurt the Cowboys just as much as the penalty was the manner in which Pittsburgh easily converted their good fortune into a crucial touchdown.
Giving the ball to Franco through the middle, then over the 15 to 10 to 5. Touchdown, Pittsburgh. They opened it up down the middle, and the big guy went straight ahead through the hole. He knocked them loose in every direction, and the Steelers go on the board with it.
Franco Harris's touchdown was an alert decision by Terry Bradshaw. He called the play at the scrimmage line when he noticed an opening through the center of the Dallas defense. Charlie Waters, number 41, tried to close the hole, but he collided with an official, and Harris had an open road to the end zone. While the Steelers celebrated their 11-point lead, another touch of misfortune awaited the rankled Cowboys. On the ensuing kickoff, Roy Jarrella slipped, and his kick bounced directly to defensive tackle Randy White. A cast on White's fractured thumb prevented him from getting a grip on the ball, and it squirted loose before he was hit.
Fumble! Ball loose! Still fighting for it at the 21. It is Pittsburgh's ball. Holy mackerel! Here we go! Bradshaw's back. And he's going to Swann, and Swann makes a circus catch in the end zone. Unbelievable catch for the touchdown. He was up in the air and made a circus catch. He looked like a flying circus, and the Southern Cal Flyer pulled it in. Holy smokes, 18 yards, and they strike again.
Swann's catch was Bradshaw's 4th touchdown pass of the day. It put Pittsburgh ahead 35-17.
with Reader's Digest, we proudly present one of the most extraordinary music treasuries ever made. You get 100 of the world's most beautiful melodies, and here they are. From the entire world of great music, you get the most loved melodies ever written. These 100 beloved favorites without a single unknown, unwanted passage. Here is a priceless shortcut to musical knowledge for your family. From Reader's Digest, classic melodies so beautiful they became giant hits of our time. Every selection is one the whole world loves. All 100 world's most beautiful melodies are now yours on 3 records, 3 cassettes, or 3 8-track tapes. And the price, just $19.98. These Reader's Digest treasuries are not sold in any store. Here's how to order.
To save COD fees, have your credit card ready and call toll-free 1-800-792-1200. That's 1-800-792-1200. Or send only $19.98 to 100 Music Treasures. Box 3817, Grand Central Station, New York, New York, 10163. Specify whether 3 records, 3 cassettes, or 3 8-tracks. Write it down. Or call now 1-800-792-1200.
With only 6 minutes to play, Dallas trailed by 18 points. There were tears in the eyes of Texas, but seldom was heard a discouraging word by the Cowboys themselves.
Get it again, Dennis! It ain't no blitz. It ain't no blitz. There he is, Tony.
In 1963, Roger Staubach's legs won him the Heisman Trophy at the Naval Academy. Now, 15 years later, they served him well again. Staubach and Tony Dorsett, number 33, gained most of the yardage in a furious 8-play, 90-yard drive. Staubach passed to Billy Joe Dupree for a touchdown that cut the Steelers' lead to 11 points.
Now here comes the onside kick. It comes to the left side, and the Steelers drop it, and the Cowboys recover. Dallas has the football at the 49-yard line. Dennis Thurman picked it up, and the Cowboys may still be alive.
Get him out! Get him out! Get that quarterback! Get him!
With only 2 minutes to play, Dallas needed 2 touchdowns to win. As they drove down the field again, it was an appropriate occasion to summon up the old cliches which salute gallant losers who play on for pride and self-respect when all hope for victory has vanished. But no, this was a team that truly believed it still could win.
Staubach takes the ball. Now he's looking, pumps, throws, open man, touchdown. Score is 35-31 in Super Bowl 13.
Again, Dallas broke through Pittsburgh's defense. But now they were caught in the deadly squeeze of the clock.
22 seconds on the clock.
The Cowboys' remote chance for victory disappeared into the arms of Rocky Bryant.
It's all over. And the Pittsburgh Steelers have become the first team in the history of the National Football League to win 3 World Championships.
The Pittsburgh Steelers defeated the Dallas Cowboys in a Super Bowl that was everything a championship game is supposed to be. Perhaps Frank O'Hara said it best. This was the greatest game I ever played in.
Hi, I'm Nora Anderson of the Princeton Power Aerobic Workout. Uncle Bob and I are shaping up for cystic fibrosis. Isn't that right, Uncle Bob?
Oh, that's right, Nora.
You can help a good cause and get in shape at the same time. February 2nd through the 8th is Shape Up Week for CF at a participating health club near you. Every time you work out during Shape Up Week, you'll be raising money to find a cure for cystic fibrosis. Right, Uncle Bob?
Oh, that's right, Nora.
So when you go to your health club this week, ask them if they are participating in Shape Up for CF. And what should people do if their club tells them no, Bob?
Ask them why.
Very good. I'm so proud of you for working out so
hard. Think I could keep in shape like this if I didn't?
There are 2 ways to get an authentic NFL game jersey. Play in the NFL or call 1-800-453-2800. Yes, now you can have the same jersey worn by your favorite NFL player. The real thing from NFL Pro Line. Made by the same manufacturer that supplies each of the 28 teams. With any name and number, even your own name. And you can wear an authentic NFL sideline sweater just like the coaches. This rugged heavyweight T-shirt NFL players wear for workouts and in games, made by Champion and Starter. And carry an elegant attaché case by Wilson in genuine football leather. Call 1-800-453-2800 now for your authentic NFL game jersey, the NFL sideline sweater, the workout T-shirt for your favorite NFL team, and the Wilson leather attaché case. Have your credit card handy. Only credit card orders can be accepted. Call now for the authentic NFL Pro Line. 1-800-453-2800.
Hello, I'm Jim Simpson, and welcome back to Super Bowl Highlights. Super Bowl 14 began the decade of the 80s, and for the second time, the Super Bowl went back to the Rose Bowl in California. And for the first time ever, the Rams of Los Angeles, who had been failures in previous playoff years, made it to the Super Bowl. But they were up against the Pittsburgh Steelers, who were trying for their 4th Super Bowl win in 4 tries. Well, the Steelers went into the game 16-point favorites. But I guarantee you, if you don't remember it, and you'll see it in a moment, the Rams scared the life out of them. As a matter of fact, Los Angeles led Pittsburgh at the end of 3 quarters. It was a brilliant comeback by Bradshaw and company in quarter number 4 that gave the Steelers their 4th Super Bowl. Great day for the Rams, but a better day for the Steelers in Super Bowl 14. Stand by. It's coming up in a moment.
Madeline Kahn on having it all.
What is this fascination we have with having it all? Haven't you ever wanted it all just a tiny bit? Michelob Light has it all. Superb taste in a less filling beer. But is having it all the answer? Is it really so wonderful to be wealthy, glamorous, and have an unbelievable singing voice?
Michelob Light, you can have it all.
Are you still making shredded knuckles? Still wrestling with expensive toys? Then Wrap 2 is for you. Just attach one of these blades and away you go. A little cabbage quickly turns into a carload of coleslaw, and you can color it with radishes without raking your knuckles. Change blades and Wrap 2 slices anything. To clean, all you do is rinse. The third blade can glide through the hardest cheese. Think this ice can jam it? Wrap 2 crushes that idea. The fourth blade does all your fine grinding, but there's more. You get a second machine that makes French fries by the fistful, makes carrot sticks, and even makes diced vegetables. Plus, you get our special bowl that fits securely on the base. It's an extra hand that means no more uh-oh, and there's no uh-oh to the price. It's only $29.95. Want more? Then watch this potato. It comes out mashed. But where's the peel? Unbelievable. Try it with an egg. One push here, egg salad here, and the shell here. Amazing. You get it all for only $29.95. Order yours now.
For COD and credit card orders, call toll-free 1-800-441-2929. Save the COD charges by sending $29.95 plus $3 shipping and handling to Wrap 2, Box 121, Plainville. Order this complete food preparation system now.
The Steelers and the Rams arrived at this championship game from opposite directions. In the 14-year history of the Super Bowl, never have two teams been so different. The Steelers were the defending champions. They had the best record in the NFL and came to Pasadena supported by the loudest, most loyal fans in all of football. The Rams, on the other hand, had the worst record of any team ever to play in a Super Bowl. And unlike the Steelers, they looked at their fans with cynicism and indifference. For these were the same people who had booed and insulted them at mid-season when they were hurt and in second place. The Rams came to the Super Bowl with a grim resolve to erase their reputation as a team with no heart and to bury forever their infamous legacy of choking in championship games.
Give the pitch to Tyler, holds that ball like a loaf of bread, turns the corner to 20 to 25.
Come get it. Come get it. That's it. Come on, Wendell. Come on, Wendell. That play's going to break. That play's there. 46F will be there. Dwight White is way down in the game. We blew him out on that, but boy, I'll tell you, 46F is hell of a. All right. 46F, boy, he took a hole a mile wide.
Ferragamo hands it off to Wendell Tyler, looking for an opening across the 50 to the 45-yard line, the 40, look out! Far sideline, 35, the 30, missed by a tackler, the 20, the 15, and down the 14-yard line! Come on, let's go!
Wendell Tyler's 39-yard gain early in the first quarter was the longest run permitted by Pittsburgh all year, and it's worth another look. Although he didn't become a starter until the 5th week of the season, Tyler finished the year as the Rams' leading rusher. And this weaving trip through the Steelers set up the first touchdown of Super Bowl 14. Cullen Bryant piled into the end zone and gave Los Angeles a 7-3 lead.
And right now, the Rams are winning the battle of the line of scrimmage. They're getting off the ball, and they're beating the Steelers' defensive line.
It's going to be a long day today, boys.
From
Bell kicking from the shadows. Booms the ball, a line drive, maybe a chance for a return as Anderson gathers it in at the 2. He's back to 10, to 15, to 20, to 25. Look out the near sideline, the 30, the 35, the 40 down the near sideline. Caught from behind by Joe Harris and swung out of bounds at the 47-yard line.
And the Steelers got to go to work.
For the last several years, it has sometimes seemed that there is one league for the Pittsburgh Steelers and another for the rest of those who play pro football. For hidden beneath Pittsburgh's smooth and flawless execution is the pounding pulse of brute power. Defense as well as offense, the Steelers breed the conviction in the opposing team that it must play an almost superhuman level of football to have any chance to succeed. The Rams gave ground grudgingly and kept Pittsburgh out of the end zone until early in the second period.
1 yard line, just inside the 1.
Here it is, the irresistible force and the immovable defense. Pitch the ball to Franco, and he's running wide right, and he goes in for a Pittsburgh touchdown. Dwyer was his blocker. He came outside Rocky. There was nobody there.
Now they made it look easy. Come on, Rod, let's go, you jerk.
The Steelers were still the same tough Steelers, but they would soon discover that their opponents were definitely not the same old Rams. Throughout the year, the Rams were a running team, often inflexible, always conservative. But today, when their running game faltered, they threw caution to the winds and decided to gamble on the raw passing skills of a young substitute quarterback named Vince Ferragamo. Pat Hayden, the Rams' regular quarterback, was injured and watched the game from the coach's booth, hoping that his young replacement would not crack under Pittsburgh's pressure. Ferragamo faced the famous charge of the steel curtain with poise and resilience. Although he was sacked several times, his consistently accurate passing enabled the Rams to control the ball for the rest of the first half. Twice Ferragamo moved the Rams into scoring position, only to have potential touchdown passes bounce off the fingertips of his intended receivers. Some of the points, which had slipped through the Rams' fingers, were retrieved by the toe of Frank Corral, whose 2 field goals gave Los Angeles a 3-point lead.
Ferragamo the other day said, I know we're going to win. He said, I won't give you the score, but I know we're going to win. And I was sitting 6 inches from him when he said it, so he said it, a Joe Namath-type statement.
The Rams had not only the lead, but a new image as well. A once drab and lifeless offense had taken on a new luster. At the end of the first half, Nothing seemed right for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Players that are usually lively and lighthearted were guarded and somber. And the coach, Chuck Noll, who is usually grim and intense, was loose and full of fun.
And I had talked to Art Rooney the other day, and he said, I don't have a feeling about this game. I can't get a feeling. And whenever I haven't had a feeling, our Steelers have been beaten. Well, right there on the trailing end of a 13-10 score, they got to buckle down.
For the widest selection of top-of-the-line televisions in the Easton area, go see Wyrick & Sons. Wyrick's features the best in Magnavox, Philco, Quasar, and Toshiba TVs and VCRs. Pat Wyrick & Sons specializes in sales and service of high-quality TVs, like the Solitaire Collection by Magnavox, the most sophisticated televisions on the market today. If it's not good enough for me, it's not good enough for my customers. That's Pat Wyrick's motto. Pat Wyrick & Sons TV Sales and Service, 1235 Tatamy Road, Easton, where quality counts.
For powerful adult drama, dial up Farrah Fawcett in Extremities on Viewer's Choice. It happens every day.
Is Joe in?
No, Joe lives here.
It happened to Marjorie. But it won't happen again because Marjorie's not a victim anymore.
A smile.
Farrah Fawcett in Extremities on Viewer's Choice.
It lurks in homes like this, striking fear in the hearts of millions. And this year, if you're not careful, you might come face to face with it yourself. The wrong paint. Next time, get the right paint. One that always goes on smoothly in one coat. Glidden Spread Wall. On sale now for only $5.99. Glidden. Your paint should be this good.
Ooh, Walter, you've got energy from 100% whole wheat. Wheaties energy. Four-tailed all-out good whole wheat. Now go tell your mama what the big boys eat.
The Continental Basketball Association's Best Players Plus, the halftime $1 million shot. The CBA All-Star Game, Saturday on ESPN.
Terry Bradshaw began the second half with the same curiously conservative approach he had used in the first half, nibbling at the Ram defense with short, safe passes to his running backs. But then, like a pool hall hustler who has been trifling with his victim too long, Bradshaw suddenly showed his game.
He looks downfield, has time, cranks it, going long for Swan. He's got it. Swan, touchdown, Pittsburgh.
Bradshaw's pass to Lynn Swan was a concise resume of the Steeler attack, daring and explosive, able to score from anywhere at any time. The Rams had two defensive backs covering Swan and a linebacker blitzing Bradshaw, and still they could not damage the throw or prevent the catch.
Swan takes it for the touchdown. A perfect strike by Terry Bradshaw. I love it.
Bradshaw, on his first attempt of the long bomb in this game, has hit Swan for the TD.
Well, what do you think about that? The Steelers move ahead, 17-13.
Surely this stunning blow, one that has become a Steeler trademark the last two seasons, would finally brush off the pesky Rams. It did not. Ferragamo took a page from Bradshaw's Go for Broke book and hit Billy Waddy for a 50-yard gain. Before the Steelers could recover, the Rams struck again.
Ball goes to McCutcheon, option pass, he throws downfield, leaping drop, touchdown, Ron Smith! Back and forth we go, the Rams back out in front by a score of 19-17, and we've not seen that play all year long.
Maybe it was the fact that nobody gave them much of a chance, and therefore there wasn't much to lose. Maybe it was simply the realization by the Rams coaches that their team had to open up on offense to win.
Great play.
Whatever the reason, these new remodeled Rams had come from behind for the third time in this Super Bowl to take the lead. Frank Corral missed the extra point, but the Rams' touchdown had revealed another facet of their expansive new offense, and with it, a 2-point advantage. While the Rams' offense expanded, its defense contracted and tightened up. They clogged up Pittsburgh's inside running lanes, and since neither Franco Harris, number 32, nor Rocky Bleier, number 20, has the flat-out speed to run wide, the Steelers were forced to abandon the running game they take so much pride in. Terry Bradshaw still had Lynn Swann to throw to, but even that ray of reassurance faded when Swann was knocked out of the game by Pat Thomas. With a crippled passing attack and a sputtering running game, the Steeler Express wobbled into disaster. Twice in the third period, Bradshaw was intercepted, once by Eddie Brown, and again by Rod Perry, number 49. The frustration that had played so much a part of the Rams season now belonged to the Steelers.
Time runs out in the third quarter of play. 15 minutes of football remain. The crowd on its feet in the Rose Bowl. The score, the Rams 19 and the Steelers 17.
Experts tell us how long we live is in large measure determined by how we live. Example, if you live in a large city, subtract 2 years from your life. If you work behind a desk, subtract 3 years from your life. If, on the other hand, you exercise strenuously 5 times a week, add 4 years to your life. Admittedly, there's no exact way to determine life expectancy. Life is uncertain. And because it is, we need to protect our loved ones financially. If you're a credit union member, an excellent time to do that is right now.
I'm just 35, and I've got a wife and 2 small kids who count on me. So when I learned there was a special deal for credit union members, up to $50,000 of term life insurance, I phoned right away.
At 50, I'm a long way from retirement, but I'm no kid. Like lots of people my age, I didn't want to take a medical exam, and I didn't have to.
I'm 42, pretty fit, and part of a 2-income family. One of us just couldn't get by alone, so I called about $50,000 of life insurance for both of us.
Think about your age and your family responsibilities. As a credit union member, you can apply for term life protection, the kind experts recommend because it gives you maximum coverage for your dollar. And you'll be guaranteed group rates, the lowest kind of rates. So don't just hope you'll be able to provide all the things your family needs. Make sure by calling now. We'll send you complete details of this exclusive offer and this free at-home longevity test to evaluate your own lifestyle. For yourself and those you love, call now.
If you're a credit union member age 18 to 59, call 1-800-228-3311 for information on this $50,000 term life plan and your free longevity test. That's 1-800-228-3311. There's no obligation. The information is free and so is the call. 1-800-228-3311.
Great teams aren't always great. They're just great when they have to be.
Bradshaw calls out the signals. Remember, Pittsburgh, the most dangerous fourth-quarter team in the NFL.
Now Bradshaw pumping, firing downfield. There goes Stallworth. He pulls it in at the 30, the 20, the 10, the 5, and it's a touchdown for Pittsburgh on the ball to Stallworth. And Stallworth beat Rod Perry. Oh, did he beat him? And the Steelers fire right back.
The pass to John Stallworth succeeded because of a mistake in the Rams secondary. It appeared as if Stallworth had simply beaten Rod Perry man on man. But actually, Perry should have had help from safety Eddie Brown. The Rams employed 5 defensive backs on the play. And Brown, the safety, was responsible for the deep middle zone. But when Stallworth raced through the middle, Brown ignored him and never helped Perry. Stallworth, who should have been double-teamed, outreached his single pursuer for the ball. After Stallworth's touchdown, the Steelers loosened up as though the game were over. Once again, they were wrong.
The lead changing hands 7 times, and the Rams hope that they have one more chance left.
I think we can throw on first down now. I think we could throw on first down, even drop back passes. Hey, Ray, you got to go to the end zone with it. You got to go to the end zone with it.
The Rams 86 yards away from the Steeler end zone, trailing by 5 points. Maybe one more miracle remains in their satchel in the 1979 season.
Okay, come on, Ferragamo, play action, you sucker!
Looking downfield, throws downfield, caught by Drew Hill and on a bound.
The Rams summoned up the heart no one thought they had.
Ferragamo tripped up, regains his balance,
And slowly fought their way toward the Steeler goal.
All right, that's it. We got it.
Here's the delay handoff from the Bryant. 45, 40, 35. He's still missing the 30-yard line.
Fans who withheld their love for so long suddenly poured it out in cheers for a scrappy underdog who refused to give up.
Ferragamo puts them down. He goes. J.T. Thomas got him at the 39.
Why the hell didn't he audible in 97?
Wally in motion, far side, and Ferragamo going back to pass. He's going to scramble. He's going to run the 35, the 40, and down the 42-yard line.
Let it go.
On first down, he looks downfield. He shoots it over the middle, long for Gennard. A diving catch at the 40-yard line. First down, Rams.
The Rams were on the verge of another score when Ferragamo made his first and only mistake of the game.
Ferragamo back to pass, shoots it over the middle. Intercepted by the Steelers. Lambert at the 15, the 20. Lambert still on his feet, cutting to the middle of the field, and he's down at the 30-yard line. First interception of the game off the arm of Ferragamo, and for Pittsburgh Steelers fans, it could not have come at a better time with 5:24 to go in the game.
Waddy was wide open, Ray. Waddy was wide open, Ray, on the post.
By day, the Rams' sparkling spirit had kept the game close. But by night, it faded into the black reality of the Pittsburgh Steelers mustering whatever it takes to win games when most of America is watching.
You're not going to throw high percentage passes against the Rams. Go deep and get the big play because they're going to take away high percentage passing.
Pittsburgh just wants to maintain possession, and it's a very big third down play. Nickel defense in for Los Angeles. Bradshaw back to pass. He sets up at the 23. He throws long down the center of the field for Stallworth. He's got it at the 25 and down at the 22.
The first long pass to Stallworth had given the Steelers the lead. This one pointed the way to ultimate victory.
And now the Rams' hopes start to dim as Pittsburgh is on their way to another world championship. And now the Rams really with their backs to the wall. Time running out. They can ill afford any kind of score right here. The game will be put out of reach by the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Harris flashes off the left side for a touchdown. Franco Harris flashing off the left side for a Steeler touchdown. Ladies and gentlemen, Super Bowl 14 is history. The Pittsburgh Steelers are the champions of the National Football League for the second straight year.
Super Bowl 14 took its shape from the team that lost just as much as the team that won. The Los Angeles Rams earned a dignity in defeat which they had never achieved in victory. The Rams won respect, but the Pittsburgh Steelers won another world championship.
Watch out. It's coming. You're about to get hit with another big heating bill.
Afraid of high fuel costs? Dave Lennox has a pulse gas furnace that could cut your winter heating bills almost in half.
Attaboy, Dave.
Find out how you can cut your fuel bills almost in half. Call R.S. Hahn & Sons of Easton, your local independent Lennox efficiency experts. Ask about our Lennox pulse gas furnace with a 20-year heat exchange warranty. R.S. Hahn & Sons, caring about your comfort since 1904.
Watch that Bobcat stalk his prey. He's always as smooth as can be, like Genesee beer. Jenny's brewed in just one place, so that naturally smooth taste never varies. Enjoy the great outdoors with Genesee beer.
The great outdoors in a glass, Genesee beer.
I'm a real beer drinker, and Jenny Light's a good-tasting beer. It's the best light beer I've tasted. The flavor's there. Where did you hide the calories?
Even if you aren't an investor, the stock market can affect your business. So subscribe to the Wall Street Journal and profit from the market without investing anything more than the cost of a newspaper.
Call 800-372-3000 for this special introductory offer. 13 weeks for just $29.75 with a money-back guarantee. 13 weeks, $29.75. Phone 800-372-3000 now for the Wall Street Journal.
Powerful punching. Bruising action. On ESPN's Friday Night Fights. Each week, ESPN is your ringside seat to see today's best young boxers exchange blows. Former IBF lightweight champion Charlie Choo-Choo Brown takes on Cubanito Perez in Top Rank Boxing's main event live Friday night on ESPN. Count on championship rounds of Top Rank Boxing live on ESPN.
Hello, I'm Jim Simpson, and welcome back to Super Bowl highlights. Super Bowl 15, 15 years old, and this game was played for the second time in the Superdome down in New Orleans. And I want to tell you, this was a study in contrast. Dick Vermeil's Philadelphia Eagles team had made it to the Super Bowl. Everybody suspected that the Eagles would win. Vermeil was uptight. His team was uptight. He nearly kept them behind closed doors. On the other side of the coin, a bunch of roughnecks, led by Ted Hendricks and Lester Hayes, and of course the quarterbacking of the man they said was over the hill, Jim Plunkett. The Oakland Raiders, they were loose and free, and some of them were down on Bourbon Street, for heaven's sakes. But when it came time to play the Super Bowl, the loose, free and easy Oakland Raiders looked terrific, and the Philadelphia Eagles looked uptight. And Rod Martin picked off 3 passes to lead the Oakland defense. Another day for the Raiders. Join us when we come back.
Ramada wants to know what makes John Madden mad.
Try to get some special treatment in a hotel. You show them your gold card, your silver card, every precious metal card in the book, and they still treat you like a nobody. But don't get mad. Just get yourself a free Ramada business card. One little red card gets your preferred room rates, express check-in and check-out, and more. With treatment like that, why carry anything else? Yeah. Next time, Ramada.
Call 1-800-2-RAMADA.
Something bigger, to master a more challenging world, to feel the confidence and pride of knowing who you are, what you can do. Show the world your U.S. Navy. Live the adventure. Call 1-800-327-NAVY.
The 1986 Indianapolis 500 champion, Bobby Rahal, winner of the fastest Indy in history. Continuing the winning tradition of Budweiser racing teams, Bobby took the checkered flag to win the Indianapolis 500. Racing fans, this Bud's for you.
I'm thinking about buying some Michelin radials.
How come?
Well, Michelin's really last.
What do you base that on?
Experience. I got 60,000 miles from my last set.
60? Pretty good. But your car's getting old. It's just not worth Michelin's anymore.
You're right. But who's buying them for the car?
Michelin, because so much is riding on your tires.
First down.
On the game's third play, Dick Vermeil called
Double, base pass 46-47, check with me. Dick.
For Vermeil and his coaching staff in the press box above, it proved to be a play-action pass that they immediately regretted.
Play fake. Back is Jaworski with time to throw.
He's got Spag.
Drills one. Intercepted. Rob Martin.
Oh, run on. No. Throw it right to him.
Hey, went cover 6 and the linebacker came off.
Rod Martin, who was once cut by the Raiders, made the first big takeaway of the game from his outside linebacker position. Instead of lofting the ball over Martin, Jaworski fired hard and low, aiming for a seam in the Raiders' zone that turned out to be a mirage. Martin's interception proved to be a harbinger of bad times for the Eagles.
Third and goal on the 2. Plunkett drops back to pass. Steps up. He looks. Over the middle. He's got it. Touchdown Raiders! It's caught by Cliff Branch. A 2-yard touchdown pass. Plunkett threw it almost like a dart.
Only quick thinking by Jim Plunkett saved the touchdown. His step-up forced linebacker Frank LeMaster to commit forward, creating a crease just big enough for a dart. The Raiders struck first, but on Philadelphia's third possession, the Eagle offense finally took wing.
4-2-5. Back to pass, now goes Jaworski. Looking, being chased out of the pocket to the right. He's got running room, directing play, going deep, a bomb to the end zone. It is a touchdown!
He got it! Touchdown! Penalty! Oh, we got a penalty! Oh, we got a flag! Who's the penalty on? Daggone rotten touchdown called back. Was that on Harold, Dick?
Wide receiver Harold Carmichael had drawn an illegal motion penalty, canceling Philadelphia's chance to tie the score. This play left the Eagles in a state of shock from which they never seemed to recover. For the Raiders, on the other hand, an unusual reversal of Murphy's Law began, as everything that could go right did go right.
Drop back. Here comes the rush. Steps up. Can't find anybody yet. Takes off running to the left. Throws on the move. And it's caught by King at the 40. King takes over the 50. He'll go all the way. Nobody knows.
The pass covered 80 yards. A Super Bowl record.
Touchdown Raiders! And Puckett opens up the bag of tricks. Puckett on a third down play that time. Got good blocking, couldn't find the receivers. Skidded around to get open, and when Herm Edwards gambled, he came up stink-eyed.
Battles between evenly matched teams are seldom won without taking some risks. Philadelphia blitzed one linebacker and crossed their nose guard and end in an attempt to pressure the supposedly immobile quarterback. But it was good secondary coverage that finally flushed Plunkett from his pass pocket, where he gambled with a soft toss just above the reach of Eagle cornerback Herman Edwards. Alert and opportunistic, the Raiders led 14-0 as the second quarter began.
Announcing Travel Internet, America's first national discount travel agency. Compare these incredible savings on complete vacation packages that include round-trip airfare and first-class hotel accommodations. Boston to Hawaii, 7 nights from just $6.79 per person. From Los Angeles, just $3.79 per person. Philadelphia to Nassau, 3 nights from only $2.39 per person. Los Angeles to Jamaica, 6 nights from just $5.29. Pittsburgh to Disney World, 3 nights only $2.59 per person. From St. Louis, just $3.29. Los Angeles to Puerto Vallarta, 7 nights only $2.69 per person. From Denver, just $3.29. We guarantee to give you the lowest available prices on vacation packages, cruises, and more. Travel Internet will meet or beat any published vacation package price available at your time of booking. Take advantage of these tremendous savings today. Call this toll-free number for price quotes from your area. Call now while special vacation packages are still available.
Coach, we got plenty of time and we're moving the ball well. Just we've given them a couple things. We just keep our heads and everything is fine as far as our game plan. Nothing to matter at all.
But not all was well with the Eagle game plan. Oakland's nose guard, Reggie Kinlaw, number 62, was personally shutting down Philadelphia's prize running attack.
Come on! Where the hell is the nose guard coming from?
Kinlaw's been paying her so far.
Kinlaw proved to be one persistent lighthouse around which the storming chaos of the Raider defense revolved. Pursuit by Kinlaw and the Oakland linebackers completely took away the cutback running of Wilbert Montgomery and left the Eagles with only 69 yards rushing on the day. Unable to go through the Raiders' defense, Philadelphia was forced to go over it. Midway through the second period, a series of Jaworski completions set up Philadelphia's first points of the day. A 30-yard field goal by Tony Franklin. At At last, the Eagles had reason to hope.
They're playing like we would like them to play to beat them. They really are, coverage-wise and everything else.
Yeah.
We'll get these guys. The big thing is we're all looking a little bit tight, and they look exhausted already because of nerves, and we got to get them to relax a little bit.
Here's Franklin advancing on the football.
Up to this point, Philadelphia had seemed tense, even apprehensive.
Moody back takes it on the 1-yard line. Out to the 5, the 10, straight ahead 15. He is hit a ton, fumbles, followed on by Rod Martin. The Raiders have it. What a belt that time. So the Raiders get the football after a tremendous lick.
Ron Baker's hit was nearly the jolt the Eagles needed. But as would be the case all day, the drowsy Eagles were a step behind the wide-awake Raiders. Oakland was embracing its opportunities. Philadelphia was not. But while the Eagles were not playing their best, behind almost every missed opportunity, there was a hustling Raider. However, Philadelphia's worst wound was self-inflicted, with 58 seconds remaining in the half.
Third down, quick release, goes to the end zone, overthrown, and a little quick time.
Oh, Ron. Perfect call.
Good break for the Raiders as Parker really got out of the blocks that time and had McKinney beat.
On fourth down, Eagle fortunes went from bad to worse.
Snap, spot, kick on the way. It is blocked. It's scooped up by Willie Jones. He drops it at the 20. He goes back to pick it up. He's hit. He fumbles again. It's on the bounce. It's on the carpet. It's a wild melee. The Raiders have the football. Holy Toledo.
No player in the history of pro football has blocked more kicks than Oakland's Ted Hendricks, number 83. However, none was more important than this one, for it confirmed that Oakland was winning pro football's world championship in the most convincing fashion possible.
Ramada wants to know what makes John Madden mad.
Let's replay what happened the last time he tried to check out of a hotel. A slow desk clerk causes a 3-salesman pileup. Boom! You shift formations. Flap! The computer goes berserk. Then you get penalized 15 minutes for unnecessary charges. But don't get mad. Get Ramada. They do everything possible to make your checkout fast and smooth. So you won't get a delay of game. Next time, Ramada.
Call 1-800-2-RAMADA.
It lurks in homes like this, striking fear in the hearts of millions. And this year, if you're not careful, you might come face to face with it yourself. The wrong paint. Next time, get the right paint. One that always goes on smoothly in one coat. Glidden Spread Wall. On sale now for only $5.99. Glidden. Your paint should be this good.
There's only one place to be in February for live sports excitement every night. ESPN. The dramatic concluding races for the America's Cup mark the start of 28 days of non-stop sports thrills. Mondays, ESPN teams the incredibly talented Big Ten with the powerful Big East in unbeatable doubleheaders. You'll see the best of the ACC, Pac-10, and Metro Conferences too. And postseason play begins on ESPN with the Sun Belt Tournament. Sundays mean super shootouts featuring the NHL's finest. And don't miss 2 special all-star showdowns with the Soviet national team. ESPN's February serves up the world's top tennis players at the $1.8 million Lipton International Championships. The world's fastest humans set new standards at the Los Angeles Times Indoor Games and USA Mobile Championships. For a fast pace of another kind, there's a Speed Week special from Daytona and the MISL All-Star Game. It's all coming your way live in February on ESPN.
As the second half began, Raider head coach Tom Flores realized that the key to the second half would be held by his huge offensive line. Philadelphia's defense also knew this, and by blitzing their linebackers, the Eagles hoped to break the lock protecting the Oakland offense. This strategy seemed to work against the run, but against the pass, where it was needed most, the blitz was useless. The Raiders had gone into the game reasonably sure that, unlike their first meeting, they could protect Jim Plunkett. Using a blocking scheme devised by Tom Flores, Oakland picked up every blitz and every stunt the Eagles threw at them. Plunkett seemed to have all day to throw, a painful reality that chipped away at the Eagles' composure.
Philadelphia's defense may be a little frustrated. Maybe trying to shift to another gear that isn't there.
On Oakland's first possession of the third quarter, Plunkett drained a little more confidence from the Eagles' already shrinking reserves, moving his offense 77 yards on only 6 plays.
Back is Plunkett. Time to throw. Deep to the end zone to Branch. It is caught by Branch. Touchdown Raiders.
With the Eagle defense unsure of just what he would do next, Plunkett did what he planned to do all along. Once more, Oakland's pass protection was magnificent. But it was an adjustment to the ball by wide receiver Cliff Branch against Philadelphia's rookie cornerback, Roynell Young, that produced the touchdown. The Raiders were not hammering the Eagles into surrender. They were doing it with finesse and flair, the same style that had brought them to this Super Bowl. Trailing 21-3 with over 13 minutes remaining in the third quarter,
Plunkett's eating us alive.
the Eagles still believed that the promised land was within reach. The problem was, the only road out of these badlands was through the mountains of the Raider defense. Knowing that Ron Jaworski was being heavily pressured, Oakland's secondary laid back in zone coverages designed to take away the long pass. When you're trying to throw over and between the NFL's tallest set of linebackers, there is little margin for error. And on a day when Ron Jaworski needed to be most accurate, he was not. Rod Martin's second interception tied a Super Bowl record and resulted in another Oakland score.
From 46, it's kicked well. And it is good. And Philadelphia is distinctly in a comeback mode now.
High right, play pass, 47, headed 683 flat, and a go down.
Zan blitz, Zan blitz, Zan blitz.
Time and again, the Eagles had snowballed down the field, only to melt under the hot glare of the end zone.
We got to play. Get going now, Howard.
In In the fourth quarter, the legs of Wilbert Montgomery and the arm of Ron Jaworski retrieved some of Philadelphia's dignity. But midnight had come and gone, and the Cinderella Raiders were still dancing.
The Raiders right now are in a situation to close in very firmly on their second Super Bowl championship in 4 years.
Jim Plunkett's performance in this Super Bowl ball was the stuff fairy tales are made of. 10 years of disappointment were behind him, for at last this Cinderella was healthy, poised and surrounded by men whose abilities equaled his own. Jim Plunkett's 261 yards and 3 touchdown passes earned him Super Bowl 15's Most Valuable Player award. And only a great save prevented a 4th touchdown pass. Another Chris Barfield goal concluded the scoring as Oakland ended Philadelphia's dreams of a world championship.
Dick Vermeil must be feeling the sting of frustration right now.
Anyone who ever said one game cannot tarnish a great season never lost a Super Bowl.
Good as you play to get here and play like that. Sad, daggone way to finish the season. Give Oakland a lot of credit. They beat our butts. Yep. Wasn't a fluke.
This tale was to have a storybook ending for the remarkable Raiders. A new Super Bowl record, achieved by perhaps the least known of all these Cinderella stuff.
Back is Jaworski. Sets up really deep. Now comes up the middle. Picked off. Rod Martin, the third time to lose. And Rod Martin once again slams the door in the face of the man they call Jaws, a sort of fitting symbol. Silver and black football is king of the hill in the National Football League. Crescendo of Raider fans beginning to rise.
Oakland's victory created the sort of joyous reaction that comes with seeing something that suggests all things are possible. The Oakland Raiders, for 17 years, pro football's winningest organization, were once again the world champions of professional football.
The Prince came calling. Prince Pete Rozelle. He had a silver slipper.
The Raiders became, of course, the first wild card to win the Super Bowl. I think it's a tremendous compliment to the organization because you had to win 4 postseason games. I think it's a great credit to you for putting this team together. You've earned it. Congratulations.
Thanks very much, Commissioner. This was our finest hour. This was the finest hour in the history of the Oakland Raiders. To Tom Flores, the coaches, and the great athletes, you were magnificent out there today. You really are. And we want to welcome back the hostages to the United States.
All right.
And take pride and be proud. Your commitment to excellence and your will to win will endure forever. You were magnificent.
Johnny Unitas to Raiders.
Staff and a team that compounded pro football observers throughout the year.
Hello, I'm Jim Simpson, and welcome back to Super Bowl highlights today. Super Bowl 16, 1982, the Silverdome in Pontiac, Michigan. And what unlikely teams, based on previous records, to make it to the Super Bowl. Now, remember in 1982, these are the teams that won the 1981 regular season and the playoffs to advance to the Super Bowl. Well, go back 1 year to the 1980 season. Cincinnati Bengals in 1980 were 4-12. And the San Francisco 49ers in 1980 were 4-12. 1 year later, they won the NFC and AFC championships and went on to the Super Bowl. And for the first time in history, the losing team outgained the winning team. Truly an unusual Super Bowl, and it brought to light a quarterback by the name of Joe Montana of the San Francisco 49ers. Back in a moment with the story.
Gentlemen, please, one at a time. My team is going places, and you can print that. But the really big news is that I personally have made some big deals.
Excuse me, sir. There's one big deal you haven't made.
Every locker room's got to have its jokester, huh?
I'm talking about a deal on Sports Illustrated.
Sports Illustrated?
Yeah. Yeah, see, Sports Illustrated gives you the feeling.
Yes.
Like how it feels to get caught in heavy Sunday traffic. Come out and give it your best shot. And how it feels to steal the show.
They know that, kid. What's the news?
Savings of more than 50% off the cover price.
Over 50%?
Yeah, subscribe now and get 27 action-packed weeks for 3 installments of just $9.79 each. That's baseball, football, basketball, and more.
You're a real hit, kid.
I'll give you hits. What about a free videotape? The NFL Crunch Course. It's 43 minutes of the NFL's greatest hits. Makes a smashing gift, and it's free with your paid subscription.
Free?
Any more news, kid?
Plus, you get their 87 baseball preview with schedule and their famous swimsuit issue. It's a journalistic expose that promises to be the media event of the year.
Wow, Major League.
Yeah, just call their toll-free number. You can even use your credit card.
Let me get the facts straight, Mac. 27 weeks at a savings of 50%?
Over 50%. Plus the baseball preview, the schedule, the swimsuit issue, and the free NFL Crunch Course tape. And that, gentlemen, is the big news.
Sir, may we ask you one last question?
Certainly, I know you boys want my...
Where are the phones?
That'll be all.
Get the savings, the schedule, the special issues, the free Crunch Course tape, and get the feeling.
What was that number, kid?
1-800.
Sports Illustrated. Get the feeling.
ESPN viewers call 1-800-621-3800.
Super Bowl history suggests the team that scores first wins the game. It had happened in 13 of 15 previous Super Bowls, and when Amos Lawrence of the 49ers fumbled away the opening kickoff, the Bengals had a chance to test that statistic. But they blew the test, and then would become a victim of it. With the ball on the San Francisco 10-yard line, Kenny Anderson's pass was intercepted by Dwight Hicks, who returned the ball to the 32. From there, the 49ers would begin their quest for that all-important first touchdown that in Super Bowls past had usually shaped the action for the rest of the game. In 1981, Bill Walsh guided his 49ers to the NFC title with an offense that controlled the ball by passing rather than running. In Super Bowl 16, 5 of the first 6 49er plays were passes. When they crossed midfield, the 49ers unveiled another aspect of Walsh's diverse game plan. An exotic flea flicker pass from Joe Montana to Charlie Young gained 14 yards. 3 plays later, Walsh had another surprise for the Bengals. The 49ers left tackle, Dan Audick, moved over to the right side and lined up between guard Randy Cross and tackle Keith Farnhorst, giving the 49ers 4 blockers on the right side while leaving just 2 on the left. Bill Ring gained 7 yards running out of this unbalanced line. It was a little thing, but in Walsh's meticulous, precise offense, it is the sum of little things that count. A short pass to Freddie Solomon left the 49ers 1 yard away from the all-important first touchdown of Super Bowl 16.
Calling a
signals as Joe. He's going to sneak it. He's in. 49er touchdown.
The 49ers are on the board, and they made it look rather easily as they went 68 yards to score.
Super Bowls often bring out the little old lady in mighty football teams, but the 49ers protected their lead with a defense that was just as daring and creative as their offense. Fred Dean, number 74, the all-pro defensive end, was used once as a roving linebacker in the first quarter. Dean's blitz was picked up, but Keena Turner got in for the sack. A more significant blow was struck by cornerback Eric Wright in the second quarter. Anderson completed a pass to Chris Collingsworth at the 49er 8. But Wright stripped the ball from Collingsworth, and Lynn Thomas recovered. The ball-hawking 49er secondary had again snuffed out another Cincinnati scoring opportunity.
Brown right slot, F right, halfback counter, 14-0.
The 49ers took over the ball 8 yards from their own goal line. And from there began the longest touchdown march in Super Bowl history. Like the 49ers' first scoring drive, this one consisted not of a few big plays, but a lot of small ones, executed with precision and without error. With the ball on the Bengal 11, the 49ers called a play they hadn't used in 2 years.
Here's Montana throwing toward the end zone. Caught on the run by Cooper. He's got it. He's into the end zone. A 49er touchdown.
Earl Cooper drifted off into the left flat. Nobody picked him up over there. And a very, very well-conceived 49er offense has resulted in 3 or 4 wide-open receivers this afternoon.
The pass play that ended this 92-yard drive began with Earl Cooper faking a dive into the line. Freddie Solomon and Mike Schumann, the wide receivers on the left side, lured 3 defenders into the end zone. Then Cooper slipped unguarded into their vacated area to receive Montana's short pass. The befuddled Bengals encountered still another aspect of Bill Walsh's clever game plan on the ensuing kickoff. David Versa misplayed Ray Wersching's squib kick, and the resulting poor field position led to a 49er field goal that made the score 17-0 late in the second quarter. Walsh had discovered this unique kickoff in the season's opening game in Detroit, when an injury had prevented Wersching from booming his kicks. Walsh noted the funny results on the hard surface of the Silverdome, so he turned accident into design. And with 15 seconds left in the first half of Super Bowl 16, the Bengals fumbled Wersching's second squib kick, and the 49ers recovered. Wersching kicked a 26-yard field goal, and the 49ers ended the second quarter with the largest halftime lead in Super Bowl history. 20-0.
Hi, Louie the Lightning Bug here. Now, lightning bugs are experts, see, on safety and electricity. And one thing for sure, and I ought to know, you never fly your kites where power lines go.
You never fly your kites where power lines go.
Now, if you're looking for a tree to climb, you never climb trees near power lines.
Never climb trees near power lines.
Play it smart, little buddy.
For a free safety booklet, call 1-800-248-0099.
Well, that looks like everything.
Yeah, everything. But the kitchen sink.
Nothing like getting back to nature. Sleeping under the stars.
You mean sleeping with mosquitoes.
Hey, I got a feeling you're gonna like camping this year.
Oh, we got an air-conditioned tent?
Well, something like that.
You actually bought it!
We bought it.
At First Valley Corporation, we can help you do ordinary things in an extraordinary way, so more extraordinary things can happen.
Who says you can't have old world taste and a new world waste? Old world aging and the new world's youthful spirit. Europe's finest hops in America's finest light beer. Michelob Light, old world quality from Anheuser-Busch. Michelob Light, the best of both worlds.
Michelob Light, oh yes you can have it all.
Friday night, former IBF lightweight champion Charlie Choo-Choo Brown faces a new kid in town, Cubanito Perez. Both are known for knockouts, and you can bet there'll be no holding back. Live Friday night at 8:30 Eastern on ESPN's Top Rank Boxing.
Like a smoldering fire, the Bengals could be smothered by another mistake or fanned to life by a touchdown. At the start of the third quarter, Kenny Anderson sparked a Bengal drive with a variety of short passes. Then he culminated the 83-yard march with a 5-yard scramble for Cincinnati's first touchdown. The cool ingenuity of Bill Walsh had shaped the character of the first half. Now the mad fury of Forrest Gregg's defense would dominate the third quarter.
Nice play, Dino! Get him again!
When Green comes in on second down, he's going to run his ass. Should be alert second and long to run that 36-34 over there.
In the third quarter, the 49er offense was limited to 8 plays for a grand total of 4 yards.
The guy's playing so loose. He's playing the inside, take it up and break it. Don't chase him in. You're getting yourself covered by the inside linebacker. On the bend in, on the out route, 63.
Late in the period, a 49-yard bomb from Anderson to Collingsworth put the Bengals in position to score their second touchdown. With the ball on the 5-yard line, the 49ers committed what could have been a costly error. Linebacker Keena Turner didn't hear the call to go out on the field, and San Francisco lined up with only 10 men. Pete Johnson was held to just 2 yards, but it was enough for a first down and set the stage for the greatest goal line stand in Super Bowl history. Like the game itself, the outcome of this goal line stand would be determined by a collection of small things, some done well, some not. With it first down and goal to go at the 3, 49er tackle John Coma was not blocked. A missed assignment allowed him a clean shot at Pete Johnson. And with help from Danny Buns, Coma held the huge fullback to a 2-yard gain. Second down and 1 from the 1. Watch center Blair Bush, number 58, make a leaping but futile attempt to reach Jack Reynolds, number 64. Bush was too late as Reynolds anticipated the play and delivered a stunning blow that helped stop Johnson for no gain. Bush would have preferred not to jump, but he was forced to by the charge of Archie Reese. And by the time he landed, Reynolds was on his way to the ball carrier. Actually, there were 2 missed blocks on this play. Anderson had called a blocking audible at the line of scrimmage. The man in motion, David Versa, was supposed to block Craig Pookie, but Versa didn't hear the audible, and Pookie jammed the play for no gain. Third down and 1 from the 1. Anderson passed to running back Charles Alexander, but Danny Buns dropped him 12 inches short of the goal line. It was an outstanding play by Buns and another critical mistake by the Bengals. The play called for Alexander to get into the end zone before he turned for the ball. But he made his cut too short, and Buns made him pay for his mistake by tackling him immediately. Fourth down and 1 foot.
Now as Ken Anderson is ready from the 2-foot line, calling signals on 4th down, has the ball, hands it off. He's met at the goal line. I don't believe he got in. I don't believe he's in there. The 49ers have held, and listen to the Niners crowd across the way.
The final play in the 49ers' magnificent stand was, in the best sense of the cliche, a team effort. Reynolds, Buns, and Ronnie Lott converged on Johnson and stuffed him at the line of scrimmage. Cincinnati had not only lost another scoring opportunity, but they lost something just as important: time. With only 1 quarter left to play, the 49ers led 20-7.
If you own a computer, here's how to get the most out of it without buying lots of expensive software. Get ready to write down a phone number and watch this. CompuServe combines the power of your computer with the convenience of your telephone to bring you hundreds of online services, like a complete set of encyclopedias and the AP Newswire. It helps you decide on investments, bank, make airline reservations, and shop in the electronic mall. It connects you with other computer owners and offers games that pit you against opponents around the country. You get all this and more, and it's as simple as making a local phone call. To get online with CompuServe and over 250,000 people throughout North America, see your local computer store or call 1-800-543-8000 to order direct or to receive a free illustrated guide to CompuServe. Call now to get the most out of your computer.
I believe that Schwab can perform a service, a very fine service for any investor, for the new investor to the most sophisticated. Even more than the savings on commissions that we provide investors, we give them a haven where they can conduct their business without all of the hassles and the opinions and pressures from salespeople. A typical transaction at Charles Schwab & Company can be entered by the customer over the telephone executed and reported back to him within 20 seconds. That is very fast. But our #1 commitment is to serve our customer with integrity and, for sure, safety of their assets.
Save money on brokerage commissions. Call Charles Schwab now for this free booklet. Toll-free 800-445-4700. That's 800-445-4700. Find out what Charles Schwab can do for you. Call 800-445-4700. Charles Schwab, a Bank America company.
Let's play football.
Although time was running out on the Bengals, their fighting spirit never flagged. Early in the fourth quarter, their offense retrieved some of its lost dignity with a determined 53-yard touchdown drive.
Anderson will go back to throw. Looks, fires into the end zone. Touchdown to Dan Ross. And now, the Bengals are right back in this football game.
With 10 minutes to play, the difference between the two teams was only 6 points. And the greatest comeback in Super Bowl history suddenly seemed within the grasp of the surging Cincinnati Bengals.
Put it back on them, baby. We can do it. And you have to wonder if the 49ers aren't beginning to come apart a little bit here, Andy.
All day long, the 49ers had consistently made the little plays. Now they needed a big one. They got it when Joe Montana passed to Mike Wilson for a 22-yard gain. Walsh designed this play specifically for Mike Wilson because whenever he ran a pattern longer than 20 yards, the Bengals would cover him deep, assuming he would be Montana's long-range target. But this new play, named Sweep Pass Right Z Comeback, called for Wilson to go downfield 25 yards, then cut off the pattern and come back for a shorter pass. A tiny adjustment, but a big play, and it gave the 49ers decent field position for the first time in the second half. From this point on, Walsh went exclusively to his ground attack. Cincinnati finally stopped the 49ers' advance by sending defensive backs like Bobby Kemp, number 26, on kamikaze missions to knock out the lead blockers. The Bengals had given up too much ground, however, and Ray Wersching's 40-yard field goal restored strategic control of the game to the 49ers. Whatever small hope remained for the Bengals died on their next offensive play.
Here's Anderson backpedaling, throws a pass over the middle. And it's intercepted by Wright. He got it at the 45, the 40, down the sideline, the 25, cuts back in, still on his feet. Gets away from the tackler, then fumbles it. It's loose there at the 21-yard line. We'll see who got it. And the 49ers have recovered a ball just short of the Bengals' 21-yard line. That might be it right there.
Eric Wright's interception led to Wersching's fourth field goal, which increased San Francisco's lead to 12 points with just 2 minutes to play. Now the Bengals were battling not only the fired-up 49ers, but an even more relentless enemy, the clock.
Run, clock, run!
Once again, the resourceful 49ers proved there are many ways to play this game and win. They let Anderson complete his passes in the center of the field, but never allowed his receivers to catch the ball near the sideline and stop the clock. So, as Anderson gained yards, he lost time. With 16 seconds left, the Bengals scored on a pass from Anderson to Dan Ross. Although the final touchdown belonged to Cincinnati, Super Bowl 16 belonged to the San Francisco 49ers.
The 49ers have won it. Bill Walsh and his staff and a team that's compounded Pro Football observers throughout the year, winning week after week and compiling that 13-3 regular season record.
For the first time in the 35-year history of the team, the people of San Francisco could proudly say those three magic words: World Champion 40.
Hi, I'm Nora Anderson of the Princeton Power Aerobic Workout. Uncle Bob and I are shaping up for cystic fibrosis. Isn't that right, Uncle Bob?
Oh, that's right, Nora.
You can help a good cause and get in shape at the same time. February 2nd through the 8th is Shape Up Week for CF at a participating health club near you. Every time you work out during Shape Up Week, you'll be raising money to find a cure for cystic fibrosis. Right, Uncle Bob?
Oh, that's right, Nora.
So when you go to your health club this week, ask them if they are participating in Shape Up for CF. And what should people do if their club tells them no, Bob?
Ask them why.
Very good. I'm so proud of you for working out so
hard. Think I could keep in shape like this if I didn't?
Commentary. You'll read the world of television and see how television reads the world. Now add great weekly features like the Sassy Insider, all the movie lowdown, the handy sports calendar, and other than a cover-to-cover bargain, what do you have?
The world of TV in a nutshell.
Express your desire for 30 issues of TV Guide delivered right to your door for just 3 easy payments of $5.75 each. Just call 1-800-228-8300 for the best thing on television, TV Guide.
There's just one place you need to go for all the names and games making sports news. ESPN Sports Center. 3 times every day, Chris Berman and Gail Gardner bring you the latest scores, the hottest trades, and the top plays from the world of sports. Sports Center takes you on the road with live remotes from major events like the World Series and the Indy 500. Sports Center, your total source for sports, only on the Total Sports Network, ESPN. 1980, Purdue's Joe Barry Carroll, UCLA's Kiki Vandeweghe, Darrell Griffith, and more. Wednesday night on ESPN.
Hello, I'm Jim Simpson, and welcome back to Super Bowl highlights. Today, Super Bowl 17, Los Angeles, California, January 1983, and what a difference a decade makes. 10 years before, in Los Angeles, California, Miami met the Washington Redskins and thoroughly dominated George Allen's Over-the-Hill Gang. Well, in 1983, George Allen was gone, the Over-the-Hill Gang was gone, Joe Gibbs was there as coach, a bunch of youngsters in the offensive line called the Hogs were there, and just as importantly, there was a fellow who was a running back, but they allowed him to be a hog because he was so important to the offensive line and vice versa. His name was John Riggins, and did he have quite a day. After 10 years, the Redskins got their revenge. Miami went down, Washington in control, especially in the second half. They won Super Bowl 17 in Los Angeles, and we'll be back in a moment with that story of revenge for the Redskins under Joe Gibbs.
To rise, to meet the challenge.
Steady on course 320.
To master the most advanced skills.
You're at the rendezvous point.
To meet the future with new confidence.
Also the deck, surface the ship.
Full rise, aye.
To break through. Show the world your U.S. Navy. Live the adventure. Call 1-800-327-NAVY.
It lurks in homes like this,
striking fear in the hearts of millions. And this year, if you're not careful, you might come face to face with it yourself. The wrong paint. Next time, get the right paint. One that always goes on smoothly in one coat. Glidden Spread Wall. On sale now for only $5.99. Glidden. Your paint should be this good.
Yes. The big news is that I've made some very important big deals.
Sir, excuse me, but there's one big deal you haven't made.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you see...
I'm talking about a deal on Sports Illustrated.
Sports Illustrated?
Yeah. A savings more like 50% off the cover price. 27 action-packed weeks for 3 installments of just $9.79 each. Kid, you're a hit. Hit! What about free videotape? The NFL Crunch Course. It's 43 minutes of the NFL's greatest hits. Makes a smashing gift, and it's free with your paid subscription. Free? Plus, you get their 87 baseball preview with schedule and their famous swimsuit issue. Major League! Just call their toll-free number. You can even use your credit card.
That's right. Get the savings, the schedule, the special issues, and the free Crunch Course tape. That's the big news. Any questions, gentlemen?
Where are the phones?
That'll be all.
Sports Illustrated. Get the feeling.
Call now, 1-800-525-5700.
Play the great defense the whole day long. Special teams right from the beginning. We busted our ass. We've worked harder than anybody to get here. Nobody can beat us in a team, and it's worth $70,000 and a big ring.
Cephalo to the near side. Woodley up under quarterback, makes the pass. Coming to the near side. He's got Cephalo wide open. Big gainer. He's got a man beat to the 40, to the 30. He could be gone. It's a horse race. It's a Miami touchdown. 76-yard touchdown pass thrown by David Woodley, and they did something weird there that caught the defense with their pants down.
24-year-old David Woodley was the youngest quarterback ever to start a Super Bowl, but he began like a seasoned veteran. His pass to Jimmy Cephalo was the second longest scoring play in Super Bowl history, and the Miami Dolphins gained a 7-0 lead over the Washington Redskins early in the first period. Angered by the Dolphins' easy touchdown, the Redskins' hard-charging defensive line helped recover what their secondary had given away. A jarring tackle by Dexter Manley caused Woodley to fumble, and Dave Butts recovered for Washington at the Miami 46. After the Redskins' defensive line caused the first turnover of Super Bowl 17, their offensive line, nicknamed the Hogs by line coach Joe Bugle, began to control the tempo of the game with a play called 50 Gut.
40 and 50 gut is John Riggins running off tackle. Running off tackle where he gets the football, he glides to the offensive tackle, and he makes his breaks from there. This is really our bread and butter, and we were having some success running to our left side, their right side, because we felt we had the great matchups. We feel, as far as physical football, we felt Bo Camper was a 250-pounder, who's a great pass rusher. But Joe Jacoby going into the Super Bowl weighed 300 pounds. So we felt in order to beat Miami, we would have to win this matchup. And Joe Jacoby was going to have to hammer and pound Ken Bo Camper.
Joe Jacoby and Russ Grimm, the two Hogs that time with the big blocks. Oh, John Riggins, the diesel getting warm.
Crank up that diesel. Let's go, diesel.
Along with the guts came the first hint of glory as Big John Riggins chugged into field goal range. Mosley's 31-yard field goal made the score 7-3. But this scoring drive was just a prelude to the more intricate web of strategy to be woven in the second quarter.
Going into the Miami game, the guy that created the most problems was A.J. Dewey. Throughout the whole season and the two playoff games that we saw prior going to the Super Bowl, he had a lot of sacks because he lined up in various positions. He lined up as an inside linebacker, as a defensive tackle, and as an outside linebacker. This is where he was most effective, rushing from the outside. So one of the prime things that we felt we had to do as an offense is try to get in formations that would stabilize him and force him to be an inside linebacker all the time. For us to win the Super Bowl, we had to come up with the type of formations that would stabilize their defense, where they could not afford to move A.J. Dewey. That was the key.
By constantly shifting their offensive formations, Washington kept A.J. Dewey off balance, forcing him to remain an inside linebacker, where he was further confused by the Redskins' play selection. Washington ran reverses, flea flickers, and counterplays, leading Dewey on a furious but often futile chase. With Dewey neutralized, Miami's killer bees had lost their sting. Late in the second period, after a Miami field goal had made the score 10-3, Washington drove 80 yards through the befuddled bees to a touchdown. Joe Theismann personally accounted for 62 of those yards, expertly mixing his passes and scrambles with a dependable 50 gut.
Near left slot, 50 gut on red. Ready? I don't think they've worked against a lot of movement. I just don't believe they could have, because every time you move, they're really not sure what's going on back there.
At the 4-yard line, all 5 receivers went in motion, causing split-second confusion in the Dolphins' secondary.
Lob into the end zone. Garrett's there. Touchdown, Washington Redskins. He got it. Redskins are going to tie this football game.
Well, the killer bees have been stung. They have.
In 1982, Bill Arnsparger's defense was the best in the NFL. But in Super Bowl 17, they looked just plain ordinary against Joe Gibbs' cleverly designed offense.
One minute, 51 seconds left to go in the first half of Super Bowl 17, and our score is Miami 10, Washington 10. Here's Hayes' kickoff. Waiting back deep, Fulton Walker. He's got it at the 2, out to the 5, to the 10, comes to the near side to the 20. He's out to the 25, turns it back. He's gone. 50-yard line, 40-yard line. He's gone. It's a touchdown. A 98-yard kickoff return for a touchdown for the Miami Dolphins. And as soon as the Redskins tie it, the Dolphins come back on top.
Well, when it looked like the Redskins would go into the dressing room, tied up at halftime, coming from behind, to have this happen to you in the last 2 minutes is devastating, to say the least.
Fulton Walker's 98-yard kickoff return was the longest return in Super Bowl history. A crunching block by Steve Shaw eliminated the last Redskin in Walker's path. Following Walker's touchdown, the Redskins immediately threatened the Dolphins' sudden 7-point lead. But when Theismann threw a complete pass inbounds rather than a clock-stopping incompletion that would have left time for a short Mosley field goal try, time ran out on Washington, with Miami holding a 17-10 halftime advantage.
It's game day at Soldier Field.
Hey, there's nothing like being in the NFL. So come on, get into it.
Now you're in the NFL when you get into your NFL Pro Line jersey. Because now you can get the real thing, the same jersey the pros wear. Game jerseys for your favorite NFL team. Authentic.
That's my jersey.
Now it can be your jersey. To order your game jersey, call 1-800-453-2800. Have your credit card ready. Get the same jersey worn by your favorite player with his name and number or your own name. It's custom designed to NFL specs with over-the-pad cut, extra long body, and genuine locker tag. Made for the NFL by America's top sporting equipment makers. McGregor, Sandet, Champion, Russell, and Wilson. NFL Pro Line. Call 1-800-453-2800. Get into your NFL Pro Line jersey.
Ooh, Walter, you've got energy from 100% whole wheat. Wheaties energy. Four-tails all out good whole wheat. Now go tell your mama what the big boys eat.
I hate to drive in the rain.
Really? That's when I trust my Michelins the most.
Michelins? You think they're worth it?
Even when the weather's fine, I'm glad I got Michelin tires.
I'd rather save the money.
Well, some things in life are more important.
Could we take your car to pick up the kids?
I insist.
Michelin, because so much is riding on your tires.
In the third quarter, Washington's misdirection plays continued to keep Miami off balance. A flanker reverse to Alvin Garrett gained 44 yards and set up Mark Mosley's second field goal, which cut Miami's lead to 4 points. It quickly became apparent that Don Shula planned to protect his slim lead with a ground attack that would eat up both yards and minutes. But when Andra Franklin was stopped, the Dolphins' offense could no longer generate any continuity or sustained life. In fact, the only pass David Woodley completed in the second half was to Redskin safety Mark Murphy, number 29. While Miami's offense was dead, its defense, like Edgar Allan Poe's Telltale Heart, was still beating, keeping the Dolphins' hopes for victory alive. The killer bees swarmed Theismann and intercepted him twice. The Dolphins' defense not only protected the lead, they nearly increased it. Late in the third period, with the ball on the Redskin 18-yard line, Kim Bokamper deflected Theismann's pass and, for a split second, had Don Shula's third world championship in his hands.
Oh, Lordy! Was that almost the game breaker?
That was almost
close.
A touchdown.
And number 58, Kim Bokamper, came very, very close to an interception for a touchdown. Joe Theismann with a heads-up play. My goodness.
He might be able to play pass defense.
Theismann's alert play prevented a sure touchdown that could have crushed Washington. If he had not knocked the ball out of Bokamper's hands, Miami would have led 24-13 going into the fourth quarter. Needing 2 touchdowns to win, Washington would have had to abandon their time-consuming running game. And and Riggins would no longer have been a factor. Theismann had saved the game. Now Riggins and the Hogs would win it.
You know, I've played a lot of roles as an actor, from a cop to a country singer. But in real life, I don't play roles. I do what works for me, whether it's my clothes or my credit card. And I don't carry my MasterCard for show. I carry it because it gives me all the possibilities and leaves the choosing to me. Possibilities and personal choice. That works for me. MasterCard. I choose it because I use it. MasterCard. Master the possibilities.
Today's world. It's elegant, sparkling evenings and spirited play. It's arriving in style in a way that sets you apart. And no matter where you're going or who you're going with, the one magazine that keeps pace with today's more exciting world is, of course, Playboy. Playboy, the magazine that offers more for the man who has more to offer. Playboy will surprise you, wow you, and keep you informed. It brings you the great authors and brilliant writing. And of course, nobody has a better eye for beauty than Playboy. Right now, Playboy even offers you something special. Terrific savings on a full year of Playboy. Now you can get 12 big, beautiful issues for only $19. That's 56% off the newsstand price. So if today's lifestyle is your lifestyle, make Playboy your magazine. Playboy offers more for the man who has more to offer.
To order your Playboy subscription, simply phone toll-free 1-800-544-1000 and get 12 issues for only $19. Save 56% off the newsstand price. So phone 1-800-544-1000. Call today.
In the fourth quarter, the Redskins lit up the Super Bowl sky with a game plan straight out of pro football's distant past.
We went to Plan B. Plan B was that we were going to not fool around with any more misdirection. We were going to run directly at them. And so Coach Gibbs told the team right then and there, we're going to go back out. We're going to establish a line of scrimmage. We're not going to get impatient. We're going to win the football game by running it.
Somewhere, Vince Lombardi must have smiled his approval of Joe Gibbs' decision. Washington's quest for the world championship of pro football turned the sport away from its pass-happy present and back to its roots.
John Riggins, the ball carrier. Riggins, the ball carrier, gains 9 yards. John Riggins, the ball carrier.
With 10 minutes to play, the Redskins reached the Dolphin 42. It was 4th and 1. The focus of the entire game narrowed to this one critical decision.
Let's go. Goal line, goal line. I left tight wing, 70 chip on white. Ready? Here comes the diesel. Here comes the diesel. Should come with John Riggins right up the middle. Right up over the middle. Shot! Yellow 41! Yellow 41! There's the snap, hand to Riggins. Good hole. He's got the first down. The 40. He's gone. The 35, the 30, the 20. He's gone. He's gone. Touchdown, Washington Redskins.
A 43-yard touchdown run from scrimmage is the longest in Super Bowl history.
The play, 70 chip, and the name John Riggins will be forever linked with the most dramatic touchdown run in Super Bowl history.
70 chip, we run it various ways, and the way we scored in the Super Bowl is Clinton Didier was our wingback. We started him in motion across the formation, faked him, and brought him back. Now, Clinton Didier is responsible for the end man on the line of scrimmage, so he blocked the strong safety. John Riggins knows on 70 chip there's going to be one free man. It's going to be the corner. But we tell John, with a running start, and if we capture the line of scrimmage, then John Riggins should beat any cornerback in the NFL.
'70 chip was a perfectly executed play, and the image of John Riggins busting through the arms of Don McNeil will last for all time in the memory of the Redskin faithful.
John Riggins has given the Redskins the lead in Super Bowl 17. The Bees are dead.
John Riggins' heroic effort put Washington ahead 20-17. Miami, on the other hand, could find no heroes in the continuing nightmare of a second half. To run or pass, the Dolphins' offense gained a total of only 11 yards in the fourth period. And the Killer Bees, tired and battered, no longer had the strength to stop Washington's procession into history.
8:49 to go on first down. Riggins, left tackle, inside the 40 to the 35. Boys, Hogs are fired up. Yeah, that's a big hog in the backfield, too, I'll tell you. It's diesel.
The Hogs made the holes, and Riggins found them. There are no official blocking statistics, but Riggins' statistics are a tribute to the men up front. 38 carries for 166 yards. No player ever carried the ball so often or so far in a Super Bowl.
Riggins up the gut. Don Shula's losing his deodorant on that sideline now. He's perspiring a little. Riggins, left tackle, cuts back against the grain to the 25, down to the 24-yard line.
The Redskins marched 41 yards in 12 plays, controlling the ball for 6 minutes and 54 seconds in the most time-consuming drive ever in a Super Bowl.
First down, Redskins. First and goal. Here's a rollout. Rolling out to his right. He should run it in. He flips it. Touchdown. Touchdown. Redskins. Charlie Brown. That gentleman may be the nail in the coffin. No question, it is the nail in the coffin.
Charlie Brown's touchdown was sweet icing on a cake baked perfectly by a tough old running back and a group of determined linemen who turned the Rose Bowl into hog heaven and the Washington Redskins into world champions.
Joe Gibbs, the Hogs, and MVP John Riggins have beaten the Miami Dolphins 27-17.
This year?
Hey, my glove. I found out Pop worked overtime to pay for it. He was always knocking himself out to give us something better.
Sounds a lot like you.
Budweiser, the king of beers,
Hey, Bob.
salutes everyone who's ever worked for more than just a paycheck.
Thanks. I think that's my line.
This Bud's for you.
I'm thinking about buying some Michelin radials.
How come?
Well, Michelin's really last.
What do you base that on?
Experience. I got 60,000 miles from my last set.
60? Pretty good. But your car's getting old. It's just not worth Michelin's anymore.
You're right. But who's buying them for the car?
Michelin, because so much is riding on your tires.
Just finished my first day at a great new job. You know where I found it? Here, in the National Business Employment Weekly. Every issue tells you about the best jobs available. Managerial, professional, technical. At top companies across the country. Top salaries from $25,000 a year to $250,000. Every issue has articles to help you land the job that's right for you. Writing a better resume. Coming across strong in interviews. Marketing yourself. Then when you get the job you want, articles that help you manage your career. Like setting career goals, salary statistics, how to ask for a raise and get it. The National Business Employment Weekly helps you get a great job, helps you do a great job. Don't make a career move without it.
Ask for the National Business Employment Weekly at your newsstand. Or if you prefer, get the next 8 issues by first-class mail for $35. Call toll-free 800-372-3000. 8 weekly issues, $35. Call 800-372-3000 now.
Two heavy-hitting lightweights collide when Cubanito Perez meets Charlie Choo-Choo Brown. Friday night on ESPN's live Top Rank Boxing.
Hello, I'm Jim Simpson, and welcome back to Super Bowl highlights. Today, Super Bowl 18 down in Tampa, Florida. The Raiders, no longer of Oakland, now of Los Angeles, were there. And so were the Redskins of Washington, back to defend their championship. But remember Super Bowl 15, the Oakland Raiders and the Philadelphia Eagles, how the Eagles showed up uptight and the Raiders were loose and out on Bourbon Street and being fined, and they easily won? Well, it was not quite, but nearly the same kind of replay down in Tampa. The Redskins apparently took their defending championship very seriously, perhaps were a little bit too uptight in their approach to the game. And the Raiders were the Raiders, just as loose as they could be and as confident as they could be. The Redskins were the favorites, but the Raiders won, and the Raiders won big by a lopsided score. Great day for the Raiders, even if they were in Los Angeles, not Oakland. The story in a moment.
This America's Cup update is brought to you by Hilton, America's business address. To bring the America's Cup home, Dennis Conner must now defeat the Australian Kookaburras.
Very impressed the way they've been coming on. It seems like they have more and more confidence in their boat and the equipment, sailing well. And I think the addition of Peter Gilmore in the cockpit has added a bit more strength to the thinking overall. And very impressed with the whole program. I think it'll be a heck of a good series.
Effort. It's what separates one company from another. Effort. It's what it takes to stay ahead. Effort. It's the difference between a job and a job well done. Effort. It's what makes Hilton America's business address.
Give me a light. Bud Light. Oh, the chili.
If you just ask for a light beer, you never know what you'll get. Give me a light. Bud Light. So if you want the less filling light beer with the first name and taste, don't just ask for a light beer.
Give me a light. No, Bud Light.
Bud Light. Because everything else
It lurks in homes like this, striking fear in the hearts of millions. And this year, if you're not careful, you might come face to face with it yourself. The wrong paint. Next time, get the right paint. One that always goes on smoothly in one coat. Glidden Spread Wall. On sale now for only $5.99. Glidden. Your paint should be this good.
The NFL has had its great teams. They have come from Green Bay, Dallas, Miami, and Pittsburgh. But perhaps none has matched the muscle and mystique of the Raiders. Over the past 20 years, the Raiders have been the winningest team in all of professional sports. When history, the harshest of judges, comes to a decision on Al Davis's Raiders, it will look to Super Bowl 18 for guidance. Like all athletic contests, Super Bowl 18 was not only a game, but a true test of men. And right from the start, the Raiders proved they had the best men. Early in the first quarter, Washington's assistant coach, Wayne Sevier, prepared his punting team for the game's first critical play.
Punt alert. Punt alert. Hayes to punt. Greg Pruitt waits back at his own 30. Hayes needs a good punt now. He's going to have the wind at his back. High snap. He goes up. Blocked. It's going to be blocked into the end zone. The Raiders on a chase. It'll be recovered in the end zone. It'll be recovered for a Raider touchdown. Lightning has struck wearing black and silver. Derek Jensen, number 31, blocked the kick, and I believe he recovered it.
It's gone. We can't worry about that one. Oh, yeah. That guy just took an inside charge in Otis, and he missed him.
The game's first touchdown was the result of an outstanding effort by Derek Jensen, number 31, the captain of the Raiders special teams. At the snap of the ball, Jensen cut inside of the Redskins' Otis Wansley. And when Clint Didier moved out to block Lester Hayes, Jensen had an open path to the punt. In direct contrast to the aggressive play of the Raiders' special teams was the strangely conservative game plan of the Raiders' offense. Throughout the first quarter, it was a carefully controlled mixture of short, safe passes. It was also a ticking time bomb, and early in the second quarter, it went off. Cliff Branch, number 21, is a talkative little receiver with a gift of grab. And although he's 35 years old, he still had enough speed to beat both Anthony Washington and Darrell Green to the ball for a 50-yard gain for the Raiders. Two plays later, quarterback Jim Plunkett again located Branch, this time in the end zone for a 13-yard touchdown. For the second time, young Anthony Washington, number 24, was outmaneuvered by Branch. One quick inside move, and Branch was wide open. Another old pro who contributed to the success of this play was center Dave Dolman, whose alert block prevented a blitzing linebacker from sacking Plunkett.
Back is Plunkett to pass. Going into the end zone. Branch wide open, falling down, touchdown.
Did you see Tom Flores there, Bill? He was even getting excited about it. Well, listen, Tom has given vent to some emotion on the sideline a couple of times.
The Raiders led 14-0 and had scored with their special teams and their offense. But the storyline of this Super Bowl would be the Raiders' defense and its ability to disarm and dominate the Redskins' heralded offense. The key figures in the Raiders' defense were the cornerbacks number 37, Lester Hayes, and number 22, Mike Haynes. The Redskins' wide receivers, Charlie Brown and Art Monk, became their reluctant partners in a demanding dance that would affect every phase of the Raider defense. It was man for man, jam and juke, bump and run. And the coverage by Hayes and Haynes was so intimidating that neither Brown nor Monk caught a single pass in the first half. The ability of the cornerbacks to single cover the Redskins' two best receivers relieved the Raider linebackers of certain pass coverage responsibilities and allowed them to crowd the line of scrimmage and blitz more frequently. While the outside linebackers pressured Joe Theismann, the inside linebackers filled the gaps to stop John Riggins. Led by number 55, Matt Millen, and Bob Nelson, number 51, the Raiders held the mighty Riggins to only 64 yards in 26 carries. His longest run of the day was a mere 8 yards. Other teams were forced to use their safeties to help cover Brown and Monk. But because the Raider cornerbacks could cover them alone, safety Mike Davis, number 36, was free to come forward and help stop Riggins. Nose tackle Reggie Kinlaw, number 62, was another reason why Riggins could find no running room. He overpowered center Jeff Bostic and prevented Riggins from gaining yardage up the middle. During the regular season, the Redskins scored more points than any team in history. But the Raiders crushed Washington's offense and reduced the NFL's all-pro quarterback to a hesitant passer who lost yardage making up his mind. With only 12 seconds to go in the first half, and with the ball on the Redskin 12, everyone expected the troubled Redskins to run out the clock and try to regroup at halftime. But Raider assistant coach Charlie Sumner had a hunch. When the two teams played in October, the Redskins had been in a similar situation and had thrown a little screen pass to Joe Washington that gained 67 yards. Anticipating the same play, Sumner replaced Matt Millen with a pass defense specialist, Jack Squirick, number 58. and instructed him to play man for man on Joe Washington.
Here come the Redskins with 12 seconds to go in the half. Trailing 14-3.
Theismann back, looks off to the left, and he fires it out there. Intercepted! Jack Squirek! Touchdown Raiders! I don't believe it! Holy Toledo!
A screen pass, and they looked like they knew it was coming. Man ran right for it. I guarantee they looked like they knew that play was coming.
Sumner's hunch was right. When Theismann dropped back, Squirek raced toward Washington, then picked off the pass intended for him and waltzed in for the touchdown. Squirek's interception was the most telling blow of the game and gave the Raiders a 21-3 halftime lead.
An electrifying, stunning development as Jack Squirek becomes the proud possessor of a Super Bowl 18 touchdown. Bill, I'm flabbergasted. I cannot believe that the Raiders back on their own 12-yard line with 12 seconds to go in the half would do that.
For the widest selection of top-of-the-line televisions in the Easton area, go see Wyrick & Sons. Wyrick's features the best in Magnavox, Philco, Quasar, and Toshiba TVs and VCRs. Pat Wyrick & Sons specializes in sales and service of high-quality TVs, like the Solitaire Collection by Magnavox, the most sophisticated televisions on the market today. If it's not good enough for me, it's not good enough for my customers. That's Pat Wyrick's motto. Pat Wyrick & Sons TV Sales and Service, 1235 Tatamy Road, Easton, where quality counts.
For powerful adult drama, dial up Farrah Fawcett in Extremities on Viewer's Choice. It happens every day.
Is Joe in? No, Joe lives here.
It happened to Marjorie. But it won't happen again because Marjorie's not a victim anymore.
Smile.
Farrah Fawcett in Extremities on Viewer's Choice.
Come on, Tara, let's go.
All winter long, live life on the edge when ESPN delivers World Cup skiing like you've never seen it before. 16 events, including the 1987 World Championships, America's Downhill from Aspen, and the famous Hahnenkamm provide non-stop thrills. The most prestigious events from the most impressive resorts. Sunday, the event everyone is talking about. Same-day coverage of the Hahnenkamm from Kitzbühel, Austria. Sunday on ESPN.
Wednesday, see the team that scores the most three-pointers per game. Providence takes aim at Georgetown in a Big East shootout. Then, the Louisville Cardinals look to regain their championship form when they meet Metro Conference rival Memphis State. It's all live Wednesday night on ESPN.
30 minutes, baby. 30 minutes. How do we want it, man? Punish it, guys. Our game. We got 30 minutes of Raider football, baby. 30 minutes of Raider football, and it's all ours. No let up. No let up. Let's go.
In the first half, the Raiders had defused pro football's most potent offense. But in the second half, the Redskins showed flashes of the brilliance that had burned other defenses throughout the season. In the third quarter, Joe Theismann called on a variety of receivers to move 69 yards in 8 plays to the edge of the Raiders' end zone.
It's too early for the Redskins to panic. They just got to play good, hard Redskins football. They can get back into this football game.
If there's ever a team that could come back from a 21-3 halftime lead, it is the Redskins.
They've scored 30. They've averaged 34 points a game. Boy, this is going to do a lot for that whole Redskins football team to get in right here.
Here's Riggins, right side, vaults, touchdown, Washington Redskins. No doubt about it. And they played Redskins football all the way on that drive. They have momentum back down.
They get them right back in the football game.
They just showed the silver and black that the burgundy and gold has come to play.
The momentum that the Redskins established was slightly dissipated on the point after, when Don Hasselbeck charged through all-pro tackle Joe Jacoby and blocked the kick.
Here's the extra point. Blocked! Blocked! 87.
Two blocks.
Don Hasselbeck, the tight end, blocked it.
It was 21-9, and there was still hope for Washington. They had scored 17 unanswered points in the fourth quarter in that earlier game against Los Angeles. This time, however, the Raiders took the ball and turned out the lights.
Said they were going to do it, and by golly, so far they are doing it, dominating this Washington Redskin team.
Not many teams have done that to the Redskins.
No team has done that to the Redskins this year.
Bucket giving the ball here to Allen. Cut back over the middle. Dances 3-2-1. Touchdown Raiders. A marvelous piece of zigzag dancing. It was a beautiful adjustment by Marcus. He saw that opening, and when he did cut back, he had plenty of room and just had to sidestep one linebacker as he made it into the end zone. Scoreboard showing the Raiders 28, the Redskins 9, and we'll be right back.
Ramada wants to know what makes John Madden mad.
Let's replay what happened the last time you tried to check out of a hotel. A slow desk clerk causes a 3-salesman pileup. Boom! You shift formations. Flap! The computer goes berserk. Then you get penalized 15 minutes for unnecessary charges. But don't get mad. Get Ramada. They do everything possible to make your checkout fast and smooth. So you won't get a delay of game. Next time, Ramada.
Call 1-800-2-RAMADA.
Hi, I'm Doug Parcells.
And I'm Joanne Reeves.
Our brothers are Super Bowl coaches.
So plenty of investment firms would love to manage their money.
But we found a firm that thinks we're important, too.
Yeah, Dean Witter.
They're helping me to plan for my children's education.
And for my retirement.
And we all know you need a game plan.
If you expect to win.
You're somebody at Dean Witter.
A member of the Sears Financial Network.
Hi, I'm Paul Horning, and football's been a big part of my life. To keep up with it, I go straight to the source, the sporting news. For my money, nothing else even comes close. Each issue covers more yardage than you get from broadcasts, newspapers, and all other sports weeklies and monthlies combined. Who's making the tackles and getting that vital third down yardage. The previews, picks, and football's hottest issues. And you'll get the same straight story on baseball, basketball, hockey, and boxing too. That's the way I like my sports coverage, and this is where I get it, in the sporting news. So can you.
Reach for your phone now and call toll-free 1-800-592-6000. You'll get 36 issues of the sporting news for 3 installments of only $6.54. You'll also get special preview issues at no extra cost. This is a savings of 1/2 off the regular subscription rate. It's our lowest price anywhere. So call now 1-800-592-6000. That's 1-800-592-6000.
Late in the third quarter, Los Angeles committed a rare mistake. Cliff Branch fumbled, and Washington recovered in scoring position on the Raider 36. But the vital organs of the Redskin offense were no longer functioning, and 3 plays gained only 9 yards.
A field goal means that 17 will win for us by 1. Although we ought to go for it here.
With it, 4th and 1, Riggins was the only choice. Might as well die with your boots on.
Here comes Riggins, left side. No, he won't make it.
Well, I don't know. I think it might be close enough to measure. He fell forward.
Once again, it was a Raider linebacker who delivered the fatal blow. Rod Martin overpowered tight end Rick Walker, and with some help from Mike Davis, stopped Riggins short of the first down.
He did not make it.
No, he didn't.
So the fourth down fails, and the Raiders have taken over at their own 26-yard line.
You know, as soon as the sun went down and this became a night game, the Raiders immediately started playing better.
As Washington's hopes faded into the dying daylight, on came Marcus Allen, running with the knife.
Crockett giving to Allen, sending him wide left. He has to reverse his field, but he gets away for a moment. Comes back up to the middle of 30, 25, 40. Puts past 2 minutes to 50. Down to the 40. Picking up a blocker. To the 20. To the 10. To the 5. Touchdown Raiders! Holy Toledo! 7. The Raiders are mobbing Marcus Allen, who has just stood a crowd of 72,000 on his collective ear.
Allen's touchdown was a play called 17 Bob Trey O. The Raiders have used it for years, but no one ever ran it quite the way Allen did in Super Bowl 18. The play was designed to go inside the corner linebacker, but Allen took it too wide, and when he saw safety Ken Coffey charging in unblocked, he reversed his field. What began as an ugly, busted play turned into a beautiful 74-yard touchdown run, the longest in the history of the Super Bowl. This record-breaking run was the centerpiece of a dazzling display by Marcus Allen, who was chosen the game's most valuable player. In the fourth quarter, Allen's ball carrying set up a field goal, and he finished the day with 191 yards rushing, the most ever by anyone in a Super Bowl. He was lightning in a game ruled by thunder, and he lit up the Super Bowl sky with a history-making performance.
Let's keep dominating this team. Let's keep dominating. Keep dominating. No doubt. That's right. Let's abuse them. Let's abuse them, baby.
The Raiders have always talked a mean game, and on this Sunday, they played one. For the Redskins, this was a defeat the dimensions of which they had never experienced. A rout from which no honor could be salvaged. At the heart of this darkness was the Raider defense. They had stripped the Redskins of their most trusted weapons and sacked Joe Theismann 6 times. Nothing on earth that blocked or tackled or passed or ran could have stopped the Raiders on Black Sunday.
With a safety blitz, no way Theismann could see him. He was jolted loose from the ball, and the Raiders take it away. And the Raiders' celebration will start.
In Super Bowl 18, the Raiders again scaled the heights of football greatness and stood alone on the summit. A team of young men filled with promise and old veterans filled with pride. The 1983 Raiders are an honor to the team's glorious past and the world champions of pro football's present.
Love the look of his heavy beard, but when I want to get close, Announcing Noxzema for heavy beards. Its special energized foam turns that sandpaper into
silk.
From Noxzema, the first shave cream for heavy beards.
If you want to feel unwelcome, try cashing a check out of town. But if you want an invitation at over 500 locations in more than 30 states, all you need is a checking account with a member of the first nationwide network, the bankers that changed banking.
There are two ways to get an authentic NFL game jersey. Play in the NFL or call 1-800-453-2800. Yes, now you can have the same jersey worn by your favorite NFL player. The real thing from NFL Pro Line. Made by the same manufacturer that supplies each of the 28 teams with any name and number, even your own name. And you can wear an authentic NFL sideline sweater just like the coaches. This rugged heavyweight T-shirt NFL players wear for workouts and in games, made by Champion and Starter. And carry an elegant attaché case by Wilson in genuine football leather. Call 1-800-453-2800 now for your authentic NFL game jersey, the NFL sideline sweater, the workout T-shirt for your favorite NFL team, and the Wilson leather attaché case. Have your credit card handy. Only credit card orders can be accepted. Call now for the authentic NFL Pro Line. 1-800-453-2800.
Ooh, Walter, you've got energy from 100% whole wheat. Wheaties energy.
Foothills all out good whole wheat. Now go tell your mama what the big boys eat.
1980. Purdue's Joe Barry Carroll, UCLA's Kiki Vandeweghe, Darrell Griffith, and more. Wednesday night on ESPN.
Hello, I'm Jim Simpson, and welcome back to Super Bowl highlights. Today, Super Bowl 19, Palo Alto, California, right in the backyard of one of the teams, the 49ers of San Francisco. By Super Bowl 19 time, we knew all about Joe Montana and his favorite receiver, Dwight Clark. For after all, years earlier, up at the Silverdome in Pontiac, Michigan, they'd won a Super Bowl, knocking off Cincinnati. And we knew about the Miami Dolphins. Oh, the Zonkas and Kicks and Warfields and Greasy were no longer there. And they did have a new young quarterback by the name of Dan Marino out of the University of Pittsburgh. Odd thing, many scouts said in scouting the All-Star games that Marino threw off the wrong foot, that he wasn't one of the top quarterbacks in the land. Don Shula thought he was, and Dan Marino proved he was. Miami and San Francisco and Super Bowl 19 from Palo Alto when we come back.
Ramada wants to know what makes John Madden mad.
Try to get some special treatment in a hotel. You show them your gold card, your silver card, every precious metal card in the book, and they still treat you like a nobody. But don't get mad. Just get yourself a free Ramada business card. One little red card, get your preferred room rates, express check-in and check-out, and more. With treatment like that, why carry anything else? Yeah. Next time, Ramada.
Call 1-800-2-RAMADA.
You know, life's too short to worry about impressing other people. I mean, have you ever been really impressed by a person's credit card? What matters about a credit card is how it impresses me. MasterCard gives me what I want, and anything is possible. It goes where I want to go. Could be Timbuktu. When I want, day or night. Don't talk to me about impressions. Give me possibilities. MasterCard. Master the possibilities.
Ooh, Walter, you've got energy from 100% whole wheat. Wheaties energy.
Foothills all out good whole wheat. Now go tell your mama what the big boys eat.
Don't just ask for a light beer.
Give me a light.
Ask them to bring out their best.
Bud Light.
Bud Light. The less filling light beer with the first name and taste. As everything else.
Ah, the dining car.
It's just a light.
Thursday, ESPN goes coast to coast with a live doubleheader. Duke and Georgia Tech meet in what's sure to be an ACC barn burner. Then, UCLA's Reggie Miller lets it fly in a Pac-10 battle with Washington. Tip-off time is 9 Eastern, Thursday night on ESPN.
We've all got a team we stand behind and cheer. Believing in a dream, hoping this will be the year. Now we're all together and the trophy stands alone. And when the game is over, one team will take it home. In the end, when all is said and done, who will be the last to say we won? The action, the energy, as we watch the best excel. This is the
In the oldest stadium ever to host a Super Bowl, the youngest quarterback ever to start in one completed 4 of his first 5 passes to set up a field goal and a 3-0 lead for the Miami Dolphins. While Dan Marino is the game's state-of-the-art passer, the San Francisco 49ers' Joe Montana is football's most versatile quarterback. In an early demonstration of the multiple talents of their offense, the 49ers retaliated with a 78-yard scoring drive that culminated in a 33-yard touchdown pass from Montana to halfback Carl Monroe. The 49ers touchdown would be the first of many pearls in a large collection of offensive gems. At 5'8", 166 pounds, Monroe was the smallest player on the field, but he had made the first big play, and the 49ers moved ahead 7-3.
Fantastic. You know, they talk about Marino having a great arm, and I'll tell you, nobody could have thrown that ball any harder and on target than Montana did that time.
Well, he had plenty of zip, and I'll tell you, the run that he made on 3rd down was the one that set it up.
balance of the game swung back to the Dolphins when Coach Don Shula instructed Marino to employ a no-huddle, hurry-up pass offense. Caught with their run-oriented defense on the field, and without the time to send in their pass defense specialists, the 49ers were vulnerable to Miami's quick striking air attack.
No huddle offense. They come up the line of scrimmage quickly again. San Francisco cannot adjust its defense. Marino ready. He fires out the left side. Caught on the run that time by the tight end Johnson. Past the
Marino's 21-yard pass to tight end Dan Johnson was the key play in this drive. And it succeeded because Johnson beat linebacker Dan Buns, who is not usually in the game on passing situations. And man-to-man coverage is not his strong point.
Marino rolls to his right, flips to the corner of the end zone, complete to Dan Johnson for a touchdown.
Just bing, bing, bing down the field in that 2-minute offense.
Dan Marino had completed 9 of 10 passes for 103 yards, and his touchdown toss to Johnson gave Miami a 10-7 lead. But this first period turned out to be nothing more than an illusion, teasing people into believing that Dan Marino was his usual unstoppable self.
Watch out. It's coming. You're about to get hit with another big heating bill.
Afraid of high fuel costs? Dave Lennox has a pulse gas furnace that could cut your winter heating bills almost in half.
Attaboy, Dave.
Find out how you can cut your fuel bills almost in half. Call R.S. Hahn & Sons of Easton, your local independent Lennox efficiency expert. Ask about our Lennox pulse gas furnace with a 20-year heat exchange warranty. R.S. Hahn & Sons, caring about your comfort since 1904.
Watch that Bobcat stalk his prey. He's always as smooth as can be, like Genesee beer. Jenny's brewed in just one place, so that naturally smooth taste never varies. Enjoy the great outdoors with Genesee beer.
The great outdoors in a glass, Genesee beer.
I'm a real beer drinker, and Jenny Light's a good-tasting beer. It's the best light beer I've tasted. The flavor's there. Where did you hide the calories?
1980, Purdue's Joe Barry Carroll, UCLA's Kiki Vandeweghe, Darrell Griffith, and more. Wednesday night on ESPN. Friday night, former IBF lightweight champion Charlie Choo Choo Brown faces a new kid in town, Cubanito Perdez. Both are known for knockouts, and you could bet there'll be no holding back. Live Friday night at 8:30 Eastern on ESPN's Top Ranked Boxing.
In the rarefied atmosphere of championship competition, a game rarely turns on a single play, but rather on the accumulated results of force, finesse, and brains. In a record-setting scoring spree in the second quarter, the 49ers unleashed all of these elements in a hurricane of 21 points.
It's caught there by Craig, gets it and goes in for a touchdown. Roger Craig taking the pass from Joe Montana. Good for the score, and the Niners are back on top.
Get it in, Joe!
Montana drops back, short drop, fakes once. He's going to run it himself. He's into the end zone. Touchdown, 49ers! A handoff given to Craig. Craig batters his way to the goal line. He goes in for a 49er touchdown.
So now it's an 18-point deficit with the 49ers out in front by a score of 28-10, and the Dolphins being pushed all over the place.
The Dolphin linebackers became so pass-conscious, heading downfield with their backs to the scrimmage line,
that they often neglected Montana's ability to run, and his 59 yards rushing was the most ever for a quarterback in a Super Bowl. The 49ers' success was not only a triumph of tactics, but also a tribute to the talent in their offensive line. In the second quarter, the Dolphin defense, which had struggled all year, was suddenly pried apart by the 49ers, and points poured through on all sides. The 49ers were equally impressive on defense because Bill Walsh had rearranged his personnel and completely disarmed Miami's explosive attack. He shifted to 6 defensive backs with 1 linebacker, Keena Turner, and 4 down linemen. Since the 4-man front is often vulnerable to the run, the Dolphins immediately explored this possibility. But the 49er linemen were penetrating too quickly. Gary Johnson, number 97, and Fred Dean, number 74, crushed the weak Dolphin running game with quickness. The 49ers' revised defense exposed the Dolphins as a one-dimensional team, and then proceeded to destroy that dimension. Their relentless pass rush did not dull Marino's determination, but did limit his effectiveness and caused him to play below the level of skill with which he led Miami to the AFC Championship. In the first 13 minutes of the second quarter, while the 49ers were scoring 21 points, the most prolific single-season passer in NFL history completed only 1 of 6 passes.
And Marino has to get something started, or it might be the biggest blowout in Super Bowl history.
But I think that maybe that pass rush is starting to put some heat on Marino and forcing him to do just a little bit of what he didn't want to do, throw quicker than he would like.
Oh, we got to give him a little bit more time. We got to give him another half a second, huh? All right.
The Dolphins had started the game with a bolt of offensive lightning, but they were ending the first half in a drizzle of dreary incompletions.
To break free. To reach new heights. To accept the challenge. To master a more demanding world. Feel the pride. Show the world your U.S. Navy. Live the adventure. Call 1-800-327-NAVY.
The leader in long-distance service now costs less. AT&T has lowered weekday and evening prices 13.8%, the largest single reduction in our history, but not the first. Since 1984, our prices overall have dropped more than 20%. Of course, you can always look to AT&T for the highest quality service, and now, see where our prices have gone. AT&T, the right choice.
Every time you hear your furnace start up, it's costing you money. Want to save money for a change? Then call your insulation contractor and insulate safely with CertainTeed InsulSafe. It's non-combustible, pure white fiberglass that may help lower your fuel bills all year long. So stop listening to your money and start saving it. Ask your insulation contractor for CertainTeed InsulSafe.
Hi again, everybody. I'm Jim Kelly in Fremantle, Australia. So the matchups are set. Dennis Conner, in his own personal quest to bring the cup back home, takes on Ian Murray and Kookaburra 3. It's a best-of-7 finale for the America's Cup. And we'll see you on Friday night, January the 30th at 7:30 Eastern Time. It's a special one-hour edition of the America's Cup Challenge Down Under. And then that same night, Friday, January the 30th at 11 o'clock Eastern Time, our live exclusive race coverage begins. We'll see you then. Dennis Conner against Kookaburra 3.
With 2 minutes left in the half, the Dolphins regrouped, and for a fleeting instant it looked as if Miami and Marino were regaining control. The Dolphins zipped down the field for 72 yards on a splendid drive that had its principal momentum furnished by a 30-yard pass to tight end Joe Rose. The drive culminated in a field goal by Uwe van Schamen, and San Francisco's lead was cut to 15 points. On the ensuing kickoff, van Schamen's grounder was fielded by reserve guard Guy McIntyre, number 62. At first, McIntyre wanted to down the ball, but after some encouragement from his teammates, he decided to get up. He coughed up the ball, and Miami recovered.
Ball is given to Miami with 4 seconds left.
Well, there's a rookie mistake.
Oh, boy. Here's Uwe van Schamen ready to attempt a field goal of 30 yards. He kicks it, and the Dolphins get a gift, 3 points.
And going in here at half, the Dolphins will get the second half kickoff, Don, so that does give them an added little lift at this stage.
The second half began in conditions perfectly suited to the filming of the Hound of the Baskervilles. The 49er defense rolled in on Miami like the fog, and the Dolphins fell into desperate trouble. Clayton, the shining light of Miami's receiving corps, was only a dim, distant beacon, obscured by San Francisco's close-guarding secondary. Marino was never able to recapture the brilliance that had made him the NFL's most valuable player in 1984, and his protection folded before the unrelenting pressure of the 49er rush. Marino was sacked 4 times in the second half, the most ever in his 2-year career.
Back he goes to full forward pass with a rush. He's going to be sacked. They got him. They got him back at the 15-yard line, throwing him for a loss on the play of 11 yards.
For the Miami Dolphins, the song of Super Bowl 19 was a sad one. Composed years ago by singer James Taylor, who wrote, "There were sweet dreams and flying machines in pieces on the ground."
You know, I've played a lot of roles as an actor, from a cop to a country singer. But in real life, I don't play roles. I do what works for me, whether it's my clothes or my credit card. And I don't carry my MasterCard for show. I carry it because it gives me all the possibilities and leaves the choosing to me. Possibilities and personal choice. That works for me. MasterCard. I choose it because I use it. MasterCard. Master the possibilities.
It lurks in homes like this.
striking fear in the hearts of millions. And this year, if you're not careful, you might come face to face with it yourself. The wrong paint. Next time, get the right paint. One that always goes on smoothly in one coat. Glidden Spread Wall. On sale now for only $5.99. Glidden. Your paint should be this good.
There are two ways to get an authentic NFL game jersey. Play in the NFL or call 1-800-453-2800. Yes, now you can have the same jersey worn by your favorite NFL player. The real thing from NFL Pro Line. Made by the same manufacturer that supplies each of the 28 teams with any name and number, even your own name. And you can wear an authentic NFL sideline sweater just like the coaches. This rugged heavyweight t-shirt NFL players wear for workouts and in games, made by Champion and Starter. And carry an elegant attaché case by Wilson in genuine football leather. Call 1-800-453-2800 now for your authentic NFL game jersey, the NFL sideline sweater, the workout t-shirt for your favorite NFL team, and the Wilson leather attaché case. Have your credit card handy. Only credit card orders can be accepted. Call now for the authentic NFL Pro Line. 1-800-453-2800.
One of the top teams in the nation, the Clemson Tigers, take on Virginia in an ACC matchup. Live Saturday at 4 Eastern on ESPN.
Bill Walsh has built the 49ers into a championship team by teaching them to do the unexpected. And Joe Montana is Walsh's prize pupil. As good a passer as he is, Montana may not be in Marino's class. But as great a passer as Marino is, he can't beat you as many ways as Montana can.
Get fixed! Oh, get fixed!
In Super Bowl 19, the 49er offense did more things and did them to a more refined degree than any team in Super Bowl history. They won in a performance that seemed more musical than physical. Every note was perfect. Montana orchestrated Walsh's symphonic offense and proved that football is still a team game, not a one-man aerial circus. Roll over, Montana. Tell Marino the news. The 49ers gained 537 yards in total offense, the most ever in a Super Bowl. A 40-yard completion from Montana to Wendell Tyler late in the third period put the 49ers in position to clinch their second world title in 4 years.
And the Miami defense just cannot cope with the 49ers now. Going back to pass on 3rd and 10, Montana. Looks over the left side, caught by Craig on the way to the end zone, and Craig goes in for the score. Roger Craig taking the pass from Montana, goes 16 yards with hardly a hand laid on him once he got that ball. And the 49ers are slowly turning Super Bowl 19 into a rout.
What a bag of tricks by Bill Walsh.
The touchdown put San Francisco ahead 38-16. And Roger Craig became the first player ever to score 3 touchdowns in a Super Bowl.
Came to see an offense and the wrong one showed up.
The final voltage in this execution was switched on by the 49er defense. They shut out the Dolphins in the second half, intercepting Marino twice. The first by Eric Wright. The second by Carlton Williamson.
Picked off that time by Carlton Williamson.
Pandemonium is breaking out.
It's all over. Super Bowl 19 is in the record books. The 49ers have won it.
Dan Marino's year turned into Joe Montana's day. And the San Francisco 49ers became the first team in NFL history to win 18 games in a single season. They were not only champions of the world, but masters of the game.
We've all got a team we stand behind and cheer. Believing in a dream, hoping this will be the year. Now we're all together and the trophy stands alone. And when the game is over, one team will take it home. In the end, when all is said and done, who will be the last to say we won? Oh, the action, the energy, and the ones the best they sell. This is the
This ESPN program has been brought to you by famous Glidden Paints. Your paint should be this good.
For over 50 years, United Airlines has been a favorite of business flyers. Today, only United serves all 50 states and over 150 cities.
You're not just flying, you're flying the friendly skies.
Staff and a team that compounded Pro Football Observers throughout the year.
On one Sunday each January, even casual observers turn their attention to America's most watched sporting event. The Super Bowl's 20th anniversary celebration brought together the largest and most diverse audience in history and added the down-home flavor of a New Orleans street party. Over 127 million viewers worldwide tuned in on the festivities, while two groups of true believers reminded everyone that there was still a game to be played. Inside, under the Louisiana Superdome, the World Championship of Professional Football was at stake. The Vince Lombardi Trophy awaited either the 18-1 Chicago Bears or the wild-card New England Patriots, who had gotten this far by upsetting 3 straight playoff opponents on the road to New Orleans. But New England's momentum could not match the confidence of Chicago quarterback Jim McMahon.
We had a feeling we would blow them out because, you know, you can't be a championship ball club if you have doubt in your mind anyway. Just getting there, we knew we were going to win the ball game.
Middle linebacker Mike Singletary was just as sure.
Everybody was just kind of looking at each other. Just
We didn't say much. We just looked at one another. And that's how it was right before the game. Guys just walked around and looked at each other and shook their head in reassurance that this is our day. I don't care who we're playing, we're not going to be denied.
The Chicago Bears were ready to take a title and make it their own.
Let's do it. It lurks in homes like this, striking fear in the hearts of millions. And this year, if you're not careful, you might come face to face with it yourself. The wrong paint. Next time, get the right paint. One that always goes on smoothly in one coat. Glidden Spread Wall. On sale now for only $5.99. Glidden. Your paint should be this good.
A change has come over a bank in your town.
The bank doesn't look bigger. Somehow it is bigger.
It's part of a vast system with vast resources.
That helpful assistant manager has changed.
How?
He's got more to be helpful with.
They're even willing to talk things through with us. They must be on our side.
Look.
It's a member of the First Nationwide Network, the bankers that changed banking.
Ooh, Walter, you've got energy from 100% whole wheat. Wheaties energy.
4 tills, all out, good whole wheat. Now go tell your mama what the big boys eat.
Don't just ask for a light beer.
A couple of lights.
Ask them to bring out their best.
Bud Light.
Bud Light. A less filling light beer with a first name and taste. Because everything else...
Ah! Last call!
It's just a light.
Powerful punching. Bruising action. On ESPN's Friday Night Fights. Each week, ESPN is your ringside seat to see today's best young boxers exchange blows. Former IBF lightweight champion Charlie Choo Choo Brown takes on Cubanito Perez in Top Rank Boxing's main event live Friday night on ESPN. Count on championship rounds of Top Rank Boxing live on ESPN.
Chicago coach Mike Ditka had played in Super Bowl VI, and he knew the special pressures of this game could lead a team to early ruin. On their second play, his Bears seemed to follow this self-destructive pattern.
High formation backfield. Here's the handoff. Peyton Sweater steps the right side, fumbles the football as he's hit, and the Patriots have recovered, it appears, at the 19-yard line. New England football at the 19-yard line, and Larry McGrew comes out of the...
Normally mistake-free Jim McMahon called the wrong formation, and normally sure-handed Walter Payton dropped the football. Only the Patriots held true to form. In 1986, they led the NFL in forcing fumbles. Larry McGrew recovered the ball on the Chicago 19-yard line. New England gratefully accepted the gift, while McMahon took the blame.
The coach sent in a weak side slant play, is what we call it. And, you know, I called the wrong formation. The motion man was supposed to come and block the end man on the line of scrimmage. I was sending him away from the action where he was supposed to be coming to it. And, you know, just one of those things there. Well, second play of the game, I just spaced.
But the Patriots may have celebrated too soon. They waved hello to their sudden good fortune, then just as quickly kissed it goodbye.
Takes Stanley Morgan to the left side. Steffen starring wide right and taking the handoff. Eason looking to deal. Pops to the left side. Going for Lynn Dawson, and it's incomplete. Pass sailed over the head of Dawson, who had a step on the coverage down the left side. Neil Tony Eason takes the snap. Looks to throw. Looking left. Throws the middle. And it's dropped incomplete. Incompleted passes. They settle for 3.
While Tony Franklin gave New England the earliest lead in Super Bowl history, ominous overtones filled the air. Patriot coach Raymond Berry had decided to depart from New England's reliance on the run and attack the Bears with play-action passes. The bold strategy nearly worked. Tony Eason's first pass was on target to a wide-open Lynn Dawson, when suddenly the tight end's left knee gave way. A cinched first down was lost, and Dawson left the game with torn ligaments. Eason's second pass was just as true, on a slant to Stanley Morgan. This time, the misfire cost the frustrated Patriots a touchdown. Morgan appeared to drop the ball cleanly, but a replay shows that he had help from Mike Singletary.
The second play of the game, my responsibility was really to get out there, if it was going to be a pass play, to help the cornerback as much as I could. The receiver was coming across the field, so it really made me take a hard turn inside. I couldn't look back for the ball. I had to look at him, and I had to read his eyes. And I was hoping that that would be enough to make him drop the ball, and it was.
New England's near misses did not end with the first series. In a long afternoon of what-ifs and might-have-beens, Barry's passing fancy was doomed to failure. The Patriot defense also dropped several chances to continue its turnover touch. Twice in the first quarter, number 55, Don Blackman, had his hands on a McMahon pass with nothing in front of him but open field. These missed opportunities filled the air with storm warnings, and the hurricane-strength Chicago Bears were on the horizon, ready to inflict a natural disaster. The stunned Patriots watched their fragile lead get blown away in a record-smashing tidal wave of points.
Patriots, it appeared, jumped off sides, tossed to Sui. Tackle, touchdown!
Chicago's last NFL championship had arrived with the Beatles in 1963. Now there was a new wave quarterback to emulate.
And we've got a bunch of loonies. I mean, we got some crazies on our team that just cannot stomach losing. I think that's the biggest thing I've done for this team is bring some personalities out of the closet. Because, you know, they saw what a fool I make of myself sometimes. But I think I do the little things that help us win. Being able to pump people up and to, you know, to have some fun.
But McMahon's greatest fun begins when the Bears put the ball in play. The punk rocker turns into a street tough who is more than willing to mix it up with the big boys. McMahon took all the shots that New England had to offer and came up for more, but his coach called for a less reckless approach. Mike Ditka wanted McMahon to use his mobility within the pass pocket to attack New England with his right arm instead of his body. Ditka's aggressive game plan called for a wide variety of passes, everything from quick hitches to cross-field misdirections. Throughout his pro career, McMahon's detractors had complained about his impetuous go-for-broke attitude, but no one had ever questioned his courage or desire. And in the biggest game of his life, number 9 kept getting back up to find the open man, connecting on 12 of 20 passes. During Chicago's cold weather playoffs, McMahon had started wearing gloves. In the climate-controlled Superdome, he kept them on to get a firm hold on an offense that would gain 408 yards for the day. The quickest strikes went to Willie Gault, a wide receiver with world-class speed, who sprinted untouched through the Patriots for 129 yards on 4 catches. In desperation, the New England secondary turned to intimidation. But when Patriot defensive backs got hung up with Chicago wideouts, McMahon simply set another part of his multifaceted attack in motion. Everyone played a part as the offense stepped out of the long shadow cast by the Bear defense, proved that Chicago was more than half a team.
Announcing Travel Internet, America's first national discount travel agency. Compare these incredible savings on complete vacation packages that include round-trip airfare and first-class hotel accommodations. Boston to Hawaii, 7 nights from just $6.79 per person. From Los Angeles, just $3.79 per person. Philadelphia to Nassau, 3 nights from only $2.39 per person. Los Angeles to Jamaica, 6 nights from just $5.29. Pittsburgh to Disney World, 3 nights only $2.59 per person. From St. Louis, just $3.29. Los Angeles to Puerto Vallarta, 7 nights only $2.69 per person. From Denver, just $3.29. We guarantee to give you the lowest available prices on vacation packages, cruises, and more. Travel Internet will meet or beat any published vacation package price available at your time of booking. Take advantage of these tremendous savings today. Call this toll-free number for price quotes from your area. Call now while special vacation packages are still available.
You know, life's too short to worry about impressing other people. I mean, have you ever been really impressed by a person's credit card? What matters about a credit card is how it impresses me. MasterCard gives me what I want, and anything is possible. It goes where I want to go. Could be Timbuktu. When I want, day or night. Don't talk to me about impressions. Give me possibilities. MasterCard. Master the possibilities.
Monday, a big night of basketball on ESPN. Pittsburgh faces Syracuse Orange man Ronnie Cycli in one of the best inside games in the Big East. Then, Michigan State makes a run at Northwestern in the Big Ten game of the week. Big Monday starts live at 7 Eastern here on ESPN.
For defensive captain Mike Singletary and defensive coordinator Buddy Ryan, the challenge was to shut down the Patriots after the quick early score. This the Bears did, emphatically and almost completely. By halftime, New England's total yardage read -19.
You know, it's kind of like kill a flea with a sledgehammer type attitude. You don't want to let up. The biggest thing that I remember about Tony Eason was just coming out of the huddle. I saw a look of confusion, maybe of doubt, disillusion, whatever. The confident look just wasn't there. I think it was because we were getting to him and putting pressure on him, putting him on the ground.
Back to throw. Eason looking around. He's hit by Steve McMichael and brought down.
Ball down.
Popped loose. The Bears say they've got Bears.
Eason's first 6 plays ended in a sack and 5 incompletions. Yet still he continued to throw as the Patriots gambled to alter their run-oriented attack. Backfired badly.
The thing that got New England to the Super Bowl, we didn't see it that day. They tried to throw the ball against us, and it just wasn't the day to do it. They just came out and they tried to pass. Well, automatically, our ears are going to fly back, and those guys love to pass rush. You know, it was just Highway 88, I guess you'd call it.
Highway 88 was not a safe place for Tony Eason. After 3 sacks, 1 fumble, and no completions in 6 attempts for -36 yards, Eason gave way to veteran Steve Grogan, who would fare no better until the game was completely out of hand. Patriot quarterbacks were not the problem. Chicago's 46 defense was. Buddy Ryan had created the most devastating defense in Super Bowl history.
When you talk about the 46, you're talking about pressure. That's what we're really all about. It's just the pressure that we're trying to apply. Basically, it's a 7-man front, and you always have at least 6 guys coming.
Even when the Patriots stopped the blitz, they still had to deal with pressure up the middle from down linemen like number 99, Dan Hampton. All these flying bodies were meant to give New England the impression that Chicago had more than 11 defenders on the field at once. With all their options exhausted, the Patriots had no place to run and nowhere to hide. The 46 seems to defy logic. With all those people rushing the quarterback, someone should be open downfield. But if there was, the Patriots seldom could find him, and even when they did, success was not guaranteed. The 46 even beat the Patriots at their own game, forcing 6 turnovers and giving up only 2. Like kids at a company picnic, the Bears were having a field day, but they were not without compassion for the Patriots' predicament.
All the things that we can do off 46, we've got at least 50 different faces, at least 50 different things we can do. That's a minimum of what we can do with the 46. And you take a young quarterback such as Eason coming into the game and trying to figure it out, there's just no way in the world, especially coming out trying to pass early. And by the time they went to a running game, it was a little too late.
The Patriots' running game couldn't solve the 46 either. With 11 attempts, New England gained only 7 yards in a devastation so complete that even the Bears couldn't believe it.
They totally dominated that football game. It was a thing of beauty. Everybody did their jobs. They were hitting people, causing turnovers. You know, New England was supposed to be the team that, caused all the turnovers. I mean, just look at the statistics at halftime. I mean, minus 19 yards. I mean, that's incredible. I mean, you can't even write a script for that.
This outrageous script called for Chicago to hold New England to minus yardage until the score was 30-3, and that was before Reggie Phillips scored with an interception. But Mike Ditka knew that the unbelievable scenario was true. He had watched his team outscore 2 previous playoff opponents 45-0.
I love the look of his heavy beard, but when I want to get close...
Announcing Noxzema for heavy beards. Its special energized foam turns that sandpaper into...
silk.
From Noxzema, the first shave cream for heavy beards.
To rise, to meet the challenge.
Steady on course 320.
To master the most advanced skills.
You're at the rendezvous point.
To meet the future with new confidence.
Also the deck, surface the ship. Full rise, aye.
To break through. Show the world your U.S. Navy. Live the adventure. Call 1-800-327-NAVY.
California Cooler reminds you, when the going gets tough, the tough go indoors. California Cooler, official drink of the indoor party season.
I believe that Schwab can perform a service, a very fine service for any investor, for the new investor to the most sophisticated. Even more than the savings on commissions that we provide investors, we give them a haven where they can conduct their business without all of the hassles and the opinions and pressures from salespeople. A typical transaction at Charles Schwab & Company can be entered by the customer over the telephone, executed and reported back to him within 20 seconds. That is very fast. but our #1 commitment is to serve our customer with integrity and, for sure, safety of their assets.
Save money on brokerage commissions. Call Charles Schwab now for this free booklet. Toll free 800-372-3000. That's 800-372-3000. Find out what Charles Schwab can do for you. Call 800-372-3000. Charles Schwab, a Bank America company.
In their eyes, you could see Patriot pride had suffered a crushing blow. But even in defeat, the New England defense kept one pre-game promise and kept it with a vengeance. The Patriots were determined to stop Walter Payton, the NFL's all-time leading rusher. It was as if Payton's greatness brought out the best that New England had to offer. After years of personal brilliance with losing Bear teams, Payton had finally found himself at pro football's summit. Yet, ever the team player, he offered to serve the greater good in a lesser role, as a decoy.
You know, they came out in the paper that week saying, you know, we've got to stop Walter Payton first. You know, and they did a good job with that. They stopped Walter Payton. I think they were too worried about Walter and they forgot about everybody else. I faked the ball to Walter, and their whole right side of their defense, you know, thought he had the football.
New England's preoccupation with Payton opened a whole horizon of offensive opportunities for the rest of the Bears. Overlooked backfield mate Matt Suhey took center stage with the day's nicest run for an 11-yard touchdown. Jim McMahon also used the Payton decoy to score once on an option play and later on a 1-yard dive.
Inside McMahon and a keeper leaps the line to the end zone for the touchdown.
Soon everybody was volunteering to run the ball into the end zone. But big number 72 already had experience at the goal line. His name, William Perry, alias the Refrigerator.
He's a happy big boy. You know, he's just happy-go-lucky guy, just enjoys himself. People come up to him and say, hey, you're fat, you know, and he says, yeah, so what? Yeah, I am, you know, it doesn't bother him. There's a lot of 300-pounders in the league, but they're not quite his shape. You know, most of them are 6'6" or 6'7". Fridge is what, 6'1.5", 6'2". As everybody's seen now, he's a heck of an athlete for being a big guy. The man can play, and he can hit. And as far as that ball game, he played a whale of a game defensively. You know, he rose to that challenge. When you get that big a man moving and it hits somebody, you know, something's going to give, and it ain't the fridge. You know, he hit Mike Singletary that game, too. You know, Mike almost broke his neck after he hit him.
This guy nails me. I mean, I couldn't believe it. He nailed me. But anyway, the running back ran out there in the flat. I ran out there to cut him off from the sideline, at least. He turned back in, and as I turned back in, I saw this huge mass. Every time I think about it, it's kind of funny now. It certainly wasn't funny then.
The amazing story of a rookie named the Refrigerator reached a fitting climax in Super Bowl 20. William Perry made 3 tackles and 2 assists, flattened 1 teammate, started 2 fights, attempted 1 pass, gained 2 yards, and scored 1 thunderous touchdown. While Now the refrigerator was Super Bowl 20's most versatile player. Richard Dent was selected its most valuable. Someone from the defense had to be chosen, and number 95 was the most likely candidate, having spent the day plundering the Patriots' backfield, forcing fumbles, batting down passes, and finishing off sacks. By the fourth quarter, Dent and his fellow starters were on the sidelines watching Chicago's second unit finish off the scoring. A safety made the final score 46-10, leaving the Patriots to contemplate their role in the most lopsided game in Super Bowl history. New England had faced a uniquely talented team at the very peak of its potential. It's very doubtful that any team in football could have stopped Chicago on this day. The Bears ended their record-setting Sunday with one more Super Bowl first. They carried two coaches off the field in tribute to a classic performance by which all Super Bowl winners past and future will now be judged.